This October 7th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Due to COVID-19 concerns, this meeting is being held virtually. Information on how to participate in the virtual meeting has been posted on the Board of Adjustment website at www.boco.org/BOA. There will be an opportunity to remotely provide public comment on the subject dockets during the respective virtual public hearing portions for each item. I'll provide instructions about that when we get to each docket item on the agenda. I'll now take a roll call vote of the Board of Adjustment members. James Greer.
Present.
Eric Mouts, present. Scott Rudge.
Present.
Carrie Stolfus.
Present.
Sarah Weavenson.
Present.
I'd like to remind the Board of Adjustment and anyone else who may be listening here that there are a couple rules given our online meeting format that we need to follow. First, please identify yourself before speaking and speak slowly and clearly so that your comments can be recorded and we have a record of who's speaking. All votes cast by the Board of Adjustment will be roll call votes. Please try to keep your video on, at least if you're a Board of Adjustment member, when possible during the hearing. If you're not a Board of Adjustment member, please put your video on when you're speaking. Please remain on mute until you're ready to speak. When you begin speaking, please identify yourself as, in the case of the Board of Adjustment members, Board of Adjustment member Scott Rudge, or as appropriate. If you're not a Board of Adjustment member, please identify yourself before you start speaking. It may help to keep your participant list open in Zoom so you can see who is speaking. The person who's speaking should be bolded in your Zoom list. We have 4 items on the docket tonight, and we will now proceed to the first one of those items, which So I'm working with several monitors here. I appreciate your patience. Docket VAR 20-0004, the Onysko setback variance. At this time, I'll take the opportunity to explain the public hearing process. There will be an opportunity to provide public comment on the subject items during the virtual public hearing portions for each item. The order of presentation first will be hear from the staff, then from the applicant, and then from the public. Some people may have signed up in advance and we'll call on those people first. If you didn't sign up for public comment, you may sign up in chat. Please direct all of your questions and comments to the board. The chair will direct any questions that arise during the hearing to the appropriate party. Once we are satisfied that we've heard all relevant testimony, the public hearing will be closed. The board will then discuss the merits of the case and reach a decision. Any members of the public will have a chance to speak, even if you didn't sign up on the Board of Adjustment webpage beforehand. Once those who signed up in advance have spoken, I'll call for any additional members of the public to speak. If you joined by computer, please sign up by submitting your first name, last name, address, and the docket number in the chat box to the right. As each person who is joined by computer and signed up to speak is unmuted, Zoom will adjust your participant status so you can speak and be seen via video. Once you're finished speaking, Zoom will place you back in the room as an attendee. If you dialed into the meeting via phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9 and we will unmute you when we call on you to provide comment. When it's your turn, the system will request that you unmute yourself with *6. Once you're unmuted, either via computer or phone, if you've called in, please state your name and address for the record before providing comment. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. A timer will beep at the end of your speaking time. And out of respect for the busy docket we have, I'll ask everyone to confine themselves to their 3 minutes. It is possible for speakers to public comment speakers to pool their time at 3 minutes per person for a maximum of 10 minutes per speaker. You'll need to provide the names and addresses of the other people, up to 3 besides yourself, who are in attendance and donating their time to you. Anyone who's pooling time will need to attend the virtual hearing so we can verify their presence just as we would at an in-person hearing. Please do not submit comments or questions in the chat box during the meeting. The chat box should be used for the public hearing speaker sign-up only. Please remain on mute when possible. The moderators will mute you if we see that your connection is the source of background noise in the hearing. Members of the public will be unable to share their screens during public comment. Applicants, please have your presentations pulled up and ready to go. I will announce when you are ready to present, and at that time you can share your screen. We will now open the public hearing for docket VAR 20-0004, the Onysko setback variance. We'll hear from staff first. And staff, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment members. This is Ryan Sarek, Community Planning and Permitting staff. I'm going to share my screen here. Let me know if you all are able to see the screen. Looking good. All right. So we're here today to talk about, or to present VAR 20-0004, Onysko variance request at 32 Logan Mill Road. Project overview: Joshua Onysko is the applicant owner. The parcel is zoned forestry. The parcel size is 4.08 acres. And the request today is to adjust the front yard setback from 15 feet to a 1 foot front yard setback, and to adjust the eastern yard setback from 25 feet to a 5 foot eastern yard setback. We'll go over a little bit of a parcel history here before diving into the application. SPRW 19, so site plan review waiver 19-0060 was approved last year for the deconstruction of a 576 square foot garage, construction of an 806 square foot residence. It's a garage with a studio on top in the same location as that existing garage. During the site visit for SPRW 19-0060, staff discovered a 14-foot fence, 14-foot tall fence constructed in the front and side yard setbacks. Fence is taller than 6 feet, require a building permit. Building permits cannot be granted for structures located within required zoning setbacks without an approved variance, why we're here today. Furthermore, condition 5 of the determination letter for SPRW 19-0060 required either a revised site plan showing the relocation of the fence outside of the required setbacks, or removal of the fence, or reduction in height of the fence. As for note here as well, a residence was located to the west of that existing garage that we talked about here in SPRW 19-0060, but was destroyed in the 2010 4 Mile Canyon fire, and no longer is there. So we'll hop in here and talk about where we're actually at. Here's the vicinity map. Here's the parcel outlined in red along 4 Mile Canyon. The next map we have shown here is the floodplain. There's associated floodplain with 4 Mile. You can see the subject parcel outlined in red. This is that garage we were speaking about. I zoomed in a little bit more to show there is a little bit of the 100-year floodplain crossing the southeast corner of the subject parcel. I also wanted to show here and to note the Preble's jumping mouse, a protected species located through these foothills, perennial streams, or potentially can be located there. Include that map. Another map here, I think for more reference than anything, is the public lands map. You can see there's some county conservation easements, not a lot of county open space near or adjacent to the parcel. I wanted to show geohazards, and this will kind of go into the next slide as well. We're looking here at some steep slopes on the parcel. You can see the associated and potential associated geological hazards with those, including debris flow susceptibility and potential susceptible landslide areas. Here's our contour map. So important to note here, you can see that the parcel does feature some steep slopes, both kind of running from, it makes sense, right, along 4 Mile Canyon up on either side of the canyon away from the parcel. This cleared out kind of flatter area in the contours is where that existing garage is, where the home that was burnt down once existed as well. Showing a comprehensive plan map here. There's a riparian habitat along 4 Mile Creek. We can see that laid out here in pink on the parcel. And now we're into an aerial. So this is our subject parcel outlined in red, the area that we're really talking about here. Here's that garage slated for deconstruction and new garage to be built. And this is the fenced in area that's the subject of the review today. So zooming in, just a pretty simple site plan here. Outlined in red is the fence area. In blue is, or in purple, is the side yard setback, and in green is the front yard setback. So 15-foot and 20-foot setback, respectively, for those. The request is to adjust those setbacks to allow for the fenced area to remain. So like I said, the fenced area was discovered and built on site. This is a picture of that fence in the fenced area. So you can see the fence taller than 6 feet. This picture is from Logan Mill Road, kind of at the furthest southeast corner of the parcel. This is stitched together picture of Logan Mill Road, and then the fenced area or the fence as well. We received referral responses for this application. Building and Safety and Boulder County Building and Safety Inspection Services noted that there's a building permit BP 200931 under review for that garage approved to that SPRW. The Natural Resource Planner, Boulder County Parks and Open Space. Natural Resource Planner does not support the proposal and notes the fence is within the ecologically important riparian corridor of the 4 Mile Creek. He also noted that these type of fences are not common and not required necessarily for protection of livestock in the foothills. If they were, we would potentially see more of those. That was included in his referral response. Boulder County Wildfire Mitigation noted that the fence needs to be either at least 5 feet from the residence or in any of those areas that it is located within 5 feet of the residence. So that's that garage structure that we talked about. It needs to be made of ignition resistant or non-combustible material. Then we received a number of no comment or no conflict responses from referral agencies. We also received 2 public comments. One was a phone call from a neighbor asking which setbacks on the parcel were being proposed to be adjusted and what locations they were. And then another comment received in writing. I received phone calls in relation to this comment as well. Expressed concerns with the variance allowing for the variance would potentially allow for the subject property to encroach onto Logan Mill Road and potentially into parking areas that could be located across to the south on Logan Mill Road. So looking at the variance criteria, there exists exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstance in subject property, such as irregularity, narrowness, shallowness, or slope. Staff, we note here, you can see on the contour maps in particular, plus at the floodplain, that there are some steep sloping areas of the parcel, particularly on these portions, the north into the west of the area in question. There's also a small portion of the southeast corner of the parcel within the floodplain overlay district. Going to criteria B, because of these physical circumstances, the strict application of the code creates an exceptional or undue hardship upon the property owner. Despite that there being those slopes that I talked about in the previous slide in the floodplain, there is developable area west of the existing garage. You can see it here, areas not colored in that could potentially have this fence taller than 6 feet located on them. Staff finds that there's no exceptional or undue hardship due to the strict application of the code. Criteria C, the hardship is not self-imposed. Staff finds that no hardship exists. Moving to D, the variance, if granted, will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. As noted earlier, one adjacent property owner did express concerns with the variance allowing the subject parcel to encroach on Logan Mill Road, where staff finds no conflicts resulting from the use of adjacent parcels. If this variance were to be granted, the fence exists right now and is not causing any adverse effects to adjacent parcels or adjacent properties, and it's contained to the fences located solely on the subject property. Moving to criteria E, the variance, if granted, will not change the character of the zoning district in which the property is located and is in keeping with the intent of the code and the Boulder County Comprehensive Plan. Staff notes that 14-foot tall fenced areas are not commonly found in the forestry zoning district. The 14-foot tall fence is visible from public roads, those being Logan Mill Road and from parts of 4 Mile Canyon Drive as well. Again, as I had noted earlier, the Boulder County Parks and Open Space Natural Resource Planner noted in his referral response that the fence is within the ecologically important riparian corridor of 4 Mile Creek. potentially can change the function of that area. Due to these concerns, staff finds that this is not in character with the zoning district, the fence that being. Moving to criteria F, the variance, if granted, does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Boulder County. The wildfire mitigation team does require that the fence be either 5 feet from the approved studio and garage or be constructed out of ignition resistant materials for areas within 5 feet of the approved studio and garage. However, no other adverse effects to health, safety, and welfare have been identified. And if the variance were granted, the fence were to meet the wildfire mitigation requirements, that no adverse effects would be expected. Given that, community planning and permitting staff recommends that the Board of Adjustment deny docket VAR-20-0004 Onysko variance. That's staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any questions for staff? Hearing no questions from the board, I will ask the applicant.
Just a minute, Eric. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is the fact that they would have to tear down the fence and rebuild it elsewhere not count as a hardship? I'm just looking for some clarity on what's a hardship and what's not.
Yeah, no, it would not.
Why is that?
Any other?
Say it again. I had two people.
Why is that? Why would that not count as a hardship? The strict imposition of the code would require them to take it down.
Yeah. So the fence was built without building permits. Any fence over 6 feet tall requires a building permit to be constructed. This is in for a variance, and it requires a building permit to be constructed if it's within the setbacks, which is what we're here for this variance for. The fence would need building permits granted to it, and we would review that separately from any kind of variance application. That there's no hardship in terms of that the fence needs to be built in that location. So that's what we found here, that the fence could be placed somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
This is Eric Mounts. Are there any other questions from the board members? All right. Hearing no further questions from the board, I'll ask the applicant to come forward, state his name and address, and present any information that he would like to present. Under the Board of Adjustment bylaws, the applicant or appellant has an opening presentation of 10 minutes in the case of a variance. We will ask you to please stick to that time limit. Applicant, you'll need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Great. My name is Josh Onysko, 22 Logan Mill Road. So I constructed a 6-foot fence probably about 7 years ago for my chickens and goats. And as you probably all know, there are lots of mountain lions and bears in the area. And a mountain lion pounced over the fence because a mountain lion can actually jump 10 feet standing still, and killed one of my goats and 7 of my chickens. And at that point, that's when I raised the fence. It is actually about 12 feet versus 14. And I did use invisible fencing so that it wouldn't obstruct anybody's view. That being said, I actually don't have any visible neighbors, which is probably why there's been no complaints in the 7 years the fence has been erected. And since it's been erected, there has been no interaction with wildlife and my livestock. The fenced in area, even though it shows that it's in a floodplain and in the riparian zone, the land was actually changed previous to the 2010 fire, where that lot is actually elevated 16 to 20 feet above where the floodplain is. In fact, the last flood that we had in 2013 didn't even make it up to that side of the property. And the property that it's on, 34 Logan Mill Road, I actually also own that property. So I own 22 and 34. There is no other place to put this fence because we're building a new home where the old home was burned down. That being said, there's no other flat land on the property. And in addition to that, even though it seems like this isn't considered a hardship, this fence cost me nearly $20,000, probably the most expensive chicken and goat coop in the county. And obviously I would prefer not to take it down because it is, there are mountain lions on the property every night, every day. And it's not good for wildlife to allow them access to livestock. And obviously it's not good for the livestock either. You know, all I have is a couple pictures that I can show you, not much other than what you've seen. I'll share the screen here. Are you guys seeing this screen? I think you guys are muted, but I'll assume you can see it. So as you can see, the fence is as invisible as it can get. It's see-through chicken wire. This is the view of the fence from my property. You can see that it once was a 6-foot tall fence and now it's a 12-foot tall fence. That's check. These are the goats and chickens. I have 32 chickens and 2 goats. And that's the other goat tax. Other than that, some of the other things that were brought up in the staff presentation, the building that is being built next door does have a 1-hour fireproof wall and is more than 6 feet from the existing chicken fence. So that shouldn't be an issue as well. That's pretty much all I have.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant from the board? All right. Hearing no questions from the board members, we will now call for public testimony. It doesn't look like we have anyone signed up for public testimony on this docket matter. Staff, can you verify we don't have anyone signed up for public testimony?
This is Anna Milner, staff. It does not appear that we have anyone signed up to speak to this item.
Wonderful, thank you. Staff, would the county like to make a rebuttal to the applicant's statement?
I think the only thing staff would say is that while there may be thoughts to something in the future being to that area to the west, we only can, any future development that hasn't been proposed isn't taken into account. We haven't reviewed or seen anything for that area yet. So just to give clarification to that in how our review goes.
Okay. Typically, we'll offer the applicant a chance to rebut comments made by the public or staff, but they've been very limited here. Nevertheless, I'll ask the applicant, is there anything further that you want to address with respect to the comments that were just made by staff?
No, I do not.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will now close the public portion, close the public hearing and proceed to board discussion. Do any of the board members have observations, points they'd like to discuss, or would anyone like to make a motion with respect to this docket item? Ms. Weavenson, go ahead.
Sarah Weavenson, board member. Thank you for presenting. I think once I saw that you were protecting chickens and goats, it made a lot more sense why you had done a 14-foot fence. So I'm sympathetic to wanting to protect your livestock, and that with chickens. It's a little bit different from protecting a even if they don't fly very high, they can fly a little bit. And I also understand not wanting to move it to where you wish to rebuild your house after the fire. So I think that makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, I didn't see that any of the conditions were met to approve a variance in this case. And so I think I'm not necessarily going to make a motion yet. I'd love to hear what the other commissioners think, but I think I'm leaning towards denying the variation request.
This is Eric Mouts, board member. I'm also leaning toward denying the variance request. I am very sympathetic with the desire to protect the applicant's animals. There are probably other solutions. It's really not our role to suggest what those are, but there are probably other solutions to the problem of protecting against wild animal attack that would be compatible with the land use code. And so I don't see the need for a 14-foot fence to accomplish what the applicant needs to accomplish. And I don't see that the criteria that we are supposed to decide this request for variance by have been met. So I would also be inclined to vote against granting this variance.
I think the part where I'm confused is there are other ways.
Mr. Onysko, so the public portion of the hearing is over, and so at this point the board members are discussing amongst themselves how we view the application, and we can't take any more comments or testimony from you regarding the application. So I ask you to let us finish our consideration of the application and take a vote, and please respect that process. Thank you. Any of the board members have comments, questions, or would anyone like to make a motion?
James Greer, board member. I'm inclined to agree with the other board members. You know, when we focus on Article 4, 1202.2, B, A, B, and E, you know, the director has found that those criteria weren't met. If I focus on A, which is the, you know, extraordinary physical circumstances, not persuaded by the argument that you need that area for a fence to begin with. You know, yes, you might want to preserve, and I can respect the fact that you want to preserve the westerly side, but goats and chickens don't have troubles, in my experience, on being, you know, fenced in an area that has elevation. So there's an alternative, I think, location there. At least it seems a possibility. Likewise, the out of character thing. You know, you probably have examples of some fences in and around those neighborhood. I've biked up through there. I don't necessarily recall a lot of fencing, but I think the difficulty we have as being, you know, stewards of a county zoning ordinance is to kind of police, you know, the prospect that this sets a precedent. And so, you know, technically it's too tall. Technically, you should have had a permit to begin with. And so I'm inclined to vote denial.
So this is Scott Rudge, board member. I'm gonna propose the dissenting position here. I'm probably gonna find myself there most of this evening. I feel as if the construction on this site were taken in maybe the opposite chronological order, we would be approving this variance. If there was already a structure to the west of the garage, we would not be finding place then for this fencing. If the fence was already there before the variance was requested, but the other structure had been built, we would be evaluating this as a hardship to take down because there's no place to move it to. And I know we're not supposed to take that into consideration, but we have in the past taken environmental considerations into account, and asking this applicant to remove the fencing and subject his livestock to extermination or something while that's going on just seems like an undue burden and not really in the county's interest. We've also talked about that before, that this or that would be in the county's best interest to do or not to do. I do find livestock in the rural areas of the county frequently. A short drive through Ward would reveal plenty of similar fencing. So I do have some sympathy to this this application. So that's my 2 cents.
I'll kind of chime in following up on that. I'm kind of looking through the criteria here and thinking, you know, if the fence were only 6 feet tall, then there would be no issue with it. And I do agree the way that he's built the fence, you know, it's like he had a 6 foot tall fence there, it didn't work. And so he extended it, which I can understand. I guess it just seems like it's sort of useless to take it down to 6 feet. It's, you know, it's hard to see. It's in a rural area. I agree with Scott, you know, when you're going up through those areas, that looks typical to what I would see up there also. So I'm actually leaning towards, I feel that I can find that the criteria has been met.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I can make the motion. If staff can put up the language, I think I'm supposed to word it in a certain way, but yeah, I know we're not supposed to design anything for you. I hope you can come up with a solution. I've seen many a chicken coop with the top enclosure to it, you know, using chicken wire where it doesn't need to be 14 feet tall. But I would make a motion that we support staff's recommendation to deny docket VAR-20-0004 for the Onysko variance.
James Greer, second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion? I'll take a roll call vote. Please vote aye. James Greer,
Aye.
Eric Mouts, aye. Sarah Weavenson,
Aye.
Scott Rudge,
Scott Rudge, opposed.
I'm sorry, Scott, what was that? I didn't hear you.
Scott Rudge, opposed.
Okay, opposed. Thank you. Carrie?
Carrie Stoltzfus, opposed.
The motion passes, or viewed a different way. There is insufficient support on the board to overrule staff's recommendation and grant the variance. You need 4 votes out of 5 in order to succeed on a variance request like this. And there are only 2 Board of Adjustment members who would vote in favor of granting the variance. So the request for this variance fails. And we will now move on to the next agenda item, which is docket VAR 20-0005, the McFarland setback variance. Staff, you may make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment. This is Rainey Ott with Community Planning and Permitting. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see that? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm presenting VAR 20-0005, McFarland setback variance at 14516 North 107th Street, also US Highway 287. So we're located just north of the city of Longmont on the east side of Highway 287. The applicant is James McFarland and the owner is the McFarland Family Living Trust. This is zoned agricultural and it is approximately 4.65 acres. The property consists of 2 adjoining parcels, a 1.78 acre parcel to the north and a 2.87 acre parcel to the south. The southern parcel was originally part of Lot 1 of the Anchor non-urban planned unit development, and since it was improperly conveyed to a previous property owner and combined with the northern 1.78 acres without going through the required land use review process, it is considered a partial legal building lot, and only the northern part containing the residence and the detached garage is legally buildable. The variance request is for a 4-foot side setback along the northern property boundary, where the required setback is 7 feet to allow an existing detached garage. And so, oops, here's an aerial map of the property where it kind of juts in. That is about where that dividing line between the buildable and non-buildable portions are. So the one to the north with the structures is the buildable area. The structure closest to the highway is the one in question, and then the residence is in the middle, and there's another structure near the rear of the property. Here's a public lands map. Most of the Anchor NUPUD is under conservation easement, including that 2.87 acre southern portion that is not legally buildable. And so the previous owner constructed a detached garage in 1967 prior to the county having adopted building permit requirements for such a structure. And so the original garage is considered legally non-conforming. The applicant then added an addition to the east side of the original garage after 1997. That's outlined in red here. This addition was constructed without building permit review, which was required at the time. And the garage addition, along with the original detached garage, are both located within the established 7-foot side setback along that northern boundary. This image shows that the 110-foot supplemental setback from Highway 287, which is shown in yellow, the 7-foot side setbacks in blue, and then the non-buildable portion of the property in green to the south. So given the existing flat topography, a large area of the buildable portion is available for the construction of a similarly sized structure without encroaching on any of the required setbacks. Here we're looking at the east towards the property from the highway. The portion of the garage closest to 287 is non-conforming, and the taller portion circled in orange is the addition that was constructed without the required building permit review. The green line is approximately the dividing line between that legally buildable area to the left and the non-buildable area to the right. As you can see, the property is relatively flat. Here we are looking west along the access easement that's just north of the structure. And that orange line is approximately the location of the 7-foot side setback as it relates to the garage addition, which encroaches by 3 feet. So this application was referred out to the typical agencies and departments. Of note is the Community Development Review Team Engineering. They had no objections, but noted that the existing second access off of the Anchor NUPUT access road would need to be decommissioned unless the applicant has an easement to use it. And then the building team had no objections either, but noted that the detached garage would require a building permit. And we did not receive any public comments on this one. So criterion A, there exists exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstances of the property. This property is flat and the legally buildable portion is approximately 1.78 acres with ample room for a structure to be located outside of the required setbacks. And so staff finds that an exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstance does not exist. Criterion B, because no exceptional or extraordinary physical circumstance exists, the strict application of the land use code does not create an exceptional or undue hardship. Criterion C, as discussed under A and B, a hardship does not exist, so it cannot be self-imposed. D, if granted, the variance would not adversely affect the uses of adjacent properties. The existing garage is located outside of that access and utility easement and does not interfere with passing vehicles, and no other conflicts were identified. So staff found that if granted, it would not adversely affect adjacent properties. That's a typo on there. And then criterion E will not change the character of the zoning district. Detached garages and other accessory residential structures similar in nature are commonly found in this district, and staff finds that the variance for the garage addition, if granted, would not change the character of the agricultural zoning district. Criterion F does not adversely affect health, safety, or welfare. No conflicts have been identified by referral agencies or adjacent property owners, and staff does not anticipate that the garage addition would pose a threat to health, safety, or welfare if the variance was granted, although a building permit would need to be obtained in order to ensure the as-built addition meets the building code. And so Community Planning and Permitting recommends that the Board of Adjustment deny Docket VAR 200005 McFarland setback variance since criteria A, B, and C were found to have not been met.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff? This is Board of Adjustment member Eric Mounts. I have one question for staff. What is the practical consequence of not granting a variance for this garage? Is the garage going to have to be deconstructed as a result of not granting the variance, or is there something else at play here?
The garage would need to be deconstructed before any other permits for this property besides health and safety related permits could be granted. So they could fix a leaky roof, but they couldn't do a kitchen remodel.
Can I colloquy on that? Can they bring the building get a permit to bring the addition into conformance?
If they removed the area of the addition that is in the setback, then yes, they could get a building permit to do that and then make sure that the addition itself meets the setback.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board for staff?
Yeah, Sherry Stoltzfus here. Sorry, you can go ahead, Scott, if you need. Okay, just so that I'm understanding correctly, the original portion of the garage is approved by the county, and what they would approve, for example, is like the original setback of 5 feet and then the garage to notch in 3 feet and continue along at a different setback on the same building.
The original portion of the garage was built at a time when it didn't need to meet setbacks or have a building permit. So it's non-conforming. It's legally existing, but it doesn't conform to today's code.
Right.
So it's legally non-conforming is the terminology you used.
Yes.
So if we deny the variance, the addition would have to be deconstructed, but not the original garage. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Are there any other questions by the board members for staff? All right, hearing no other questions by the board for staff, we'll move on to the applicant. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present their case, at which time the board will also have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. So applicant, I invite you to come forward, state your name and address for the record, and make a presentation.
Hello, I'm Jim McFarland, and the address is 14516 North 107th Street, Longmont, Colorado. I built this building 22 years ago And I put it in line with the other building because it was only practical to do it that way to make it look good. The setback was 4 back in 67, and now they have a 7 foot. To actually tear part of that down, if you were going to set it back 3 or 4 feet, that would involve not only the roof, the walls, it would also what should I say? It would also involve cutting out the concrete floor and redoing a structural foundation underneath and moving that. And to actually tear it down would be a horrible thing because it was built with good intentions with my neighbors. There's nobody that put any opposition on it. I definitely built it with integrity, and I matched the roof structure of my house that's there. It looks like a building that's been there the whole time. It's very, very well built. It matches the existing building on the north side, which pertains to be a little bit of a problem because there's one that the new building doesn't have the 7 foot setback. And so anyway, setback was created, I believe, after the garage was originally built. And it's very difficult to sell this property without the variance. And I know I've had several people that would like to have it. I had a structural engineer come in and he gave a green light on the inspection that it would not be harmful to anybody. It's been up there over 22 years now. So anyway, I would just hope that a variance could be granted. I made a mistake back in 97, 98 to build this without a permit. I'm sorry for that. But today I'd like to move on. I lost my wife there just a little bit ago, and now the property does not mean what it did before. That was our little ranch, and so I just need to go on, and it's kind of at your mercy. I would really hope that you would grant me a variance so I could sell this property and move on. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for seeing me here today as we discuss this, and I want to thank you for your service to the community. And I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Are there any questions from the board members for Mr. McFarland?
Mr. McFarland, board member James Greer, just following up on your having volunteered that there was a structural engineer who looked over the 1997 building. Is that part of our record? In other words, did you have a chance to give that to the county, or has that been made part of what we're looking at today?
Yes, I did. I gave him a copy of the certificate that he gave me, and that was given in the pack of information that they required.
Okay, my apologies for not seeing that. I'll ask staff in a moment to follow up on that. Thank you for that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. McFarland, this is Eric Mouts. I have a question for you. Has the county granted any building permits since the construction of the addition to the garage for the house or for anything else on the property?
Well, the septic system was permitted. The old building that was put up in 67, I did get an upgrade electrical permit for that because I needed to have more power than it was in there. There was only one light and one 110 circuit, so I did have a power package put in there back in 97, and I did get a permit for that.
Was that before or after the construction of the addition?
The addition was constructed right after that permit.
And so there have been no permits issued on the property by Boulder County since you constructed the addition. Is that right?
Septic tank permit.
What's that?
When was the septic repair permit?
Oh, the septic permit was done in 97 because we couldn't get an occupancy without it being in. It was new. So we bought it in 97 and had to wait to move in until that was done.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. McFarland from the board? Okay, we will now call for public testimony. It looks, based on the records I've been given, that there are not any members of the public who have signed up to testify with respect to this docket item. Would staff please confirm that that's accurate?
This is Anna Milner, staff, confirming that that is accurate. There is no one currently signed up to speak for this item.
Excellent, thank you. We will now move to staff rebuttal or clarifying statements. Staff, would you like to make any statements in response to Mr. McFarland's presentation?
I would just like to clarify that the septic permit was done by the Public Health Department, not the Land Use Department at that time, Community Planning and Permitting now. And that also falls under the Health and Safety Permit allowance that I was talking about before, where you could fix a leaky roof but not remodel a kitchen.
Thank you. Does staff have any additional question, or sorry, did the board have any additional questions for staff? Or
I have one,
no?
Eric, sorry. James
Sure.
Greer, board member. Could we, Rainey, I don't know how to ask it. Have you looked at the structural soundness, or it's probably not in your purview because you're looking at whether or not this meets, Article 4.1202, but just, can we take a look at, and I'm sorry to ask this, but can we take a look at the structural engineer's letter or report?
Would you like me to
the,
put that on the screen?
Yeah, thank you.
Is it on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, just James Greer following up on this. In reading the second paragraph, it's probably fair to say that it's a description of the structural componentry. But in the middle of that paragraph, he found that some of the components were sufficient. He talks about handling the applicable loads. Didn't see any distress. And that overall, he thought it was acceptable. Okay, that satisfies what I was looking for, at least as far as an engineering wet stamp letter. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff?
Carrie Stoltzfus, I do have one question. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify in my head here the timeline of events. So the structure was, at the time that the structure was built, what was the setback?
The original or the addition?
The addition.
The setback was 7 feet at the time it was constructed in the 90s.
Okay. Thank you.
Would the applicant like to offer any rebuttal to the comments made by staff?
No, I don't think so. I just leave it in your hands.
Are there any other questions for the applicant or for staff by the Board of Adjustment members? All right. Seeing no further questions, I will close the public hearing and we will proceed to board discussion. Would any of the board members like to comment on this request for variance?
I'm happy to go again first, but I think unfortunately there's similarities to this case and the last case for me that, given the kinds of things we're supposed to be looking at, they both feel unfortunately like the saying about it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to seek permission. And I think if we continuously approve variations that fall under that category, it's painful because, or if we approve them, then we're setting a terrible precedent. But I acknowledge that denying them is painful because, you know, you're asking someone to tear down something that they've invested time and money into. So, you know, again, I'm sympathetic, understanding, wanting to just be able to sell the property, get everything cleared up. But, you know, I don't think we can reward people for not getting a permit to do the work that they did. So again, I'm leaning towards denying the variation request.
Hi, this is Scott Rudge, board member. I'll take the counter again to Sarah, although I respect her opinion very much. I don't know why we don't consider existing buildings that are even legally non-conforming as pre-existing conditions that make such hardships arise. So if you want to put an addition on a building, the only place to put that addition is adjacent to the building. You can't put it somewhere else on the 1.67 acres. It doesn't serve the same purpose. It doesn't have the same functionality. I think the fact that that building was grandfathered in, again, should they have had a permit at the time? Yes, I think if a permit had been applied for and a variance had been applied for at the time to make the addition line up with the original structure, it would have been approved. So I see absolutely no value in not granting a variance and in asking this gentleman to tear down the 22-year-old structurally sound addition to the garage. I just don't see what that gets us other than enforcement.
Carrie Stoltzfus, I would just like to follow up with that I agree with you. I think if the applicant was here looking for a variance prior to constructing and we were looking at the plan, what visually makes the most sense and what would have the least impact on the land does seem to be, you know, extending that garage on a straight, visually, you know, not interrupted line on what is already there. So I have to agree with you. I think while yes, he should have, you know, gone through the proper paperwork 25 years ago, I do think that if he was here asking to do what he's doing, I don't think that I would have an issue with it because it seems to make the most sense. I think if that building notched back in 3 feet, it would be more, you know, visually interrupted than it is the way that it exists, where it just looks like, you know, one continuous building, not a building where things were added and moved. And I think also just to reiterate, you know, when he did that original structure was within that 4-foot setback. When it was constructed, the setback was 4 feet. And I think there is some hardship to the fact that, you know, that structure was built to the appropriate setback at the time, and that setback changed, which does create a bit of a physical hardship of how are you going to build something, you know, onto that in a way that makes sense when the setback is changing, you know, halfway through the lifetime of the structure. That's all I have.
This is Eric Mouts, board member. There are two things that are coming to mind as I consider this docket item. The first is that the applicant is certainly at fault for not having complied with the law when he built the addition on his garage, and we don't want to reward people for either not checking in to see what the zoning requirements are for a new building or intentionally not following them. But that being said, we have a building which has a foundation and is structurally sound, which is usable, that's sitting on this piece of property. And the question now is, what do we do with this? If we don't approve the variance, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to make needed improvements to the property. You can't even do a kitchen remodel on the house without tearing this building down or moving it. And my concern with requiring the applicant to move the building 3 feet is, there's an environmental cost every time you do construction or deconstruction. And so we're talking about tearing down a usable building to move it 3 feet. Those 3 feet don't create any sort of public safety issue. They don't bother any of the neighbors. There's no policy reason other than the general concern with enforcing the land use code to have this building 3 feet from where it is now. And so, although I am mindful that the applicant has some responsibility here, this case is similar to some other cases we've considered where strict application of the land use code would require deconstructing or moving an existing building a couple of feet to comply. And my view in those cases and my view here is that as the Board of Adjustment, we ought to be in a position of providing a safety valve in situations where the land use code is going to do something that's contrary to some important public policies that Boulder County and our community values. And some of those policies are that we don't want people wasting energy, materials, and effort on windmills effectively to move a building 3 feet that's perfectly functional. And so, based principally on my desire to avoid unnecessary environmental impacts and expense, I'd be inclined to approve the variance. I do understand the applicant had some responsibility here, but that being said, from where I'm sitting, the best course of action from a policy standpoint and the best outcome here is to let this building remain where it is. So I'd vote in favor of the variance.
Thank you, guys. And James Greer, board member. So I've been on the board almost 6 years, and I think I could count on 2 fingers how many times that I have voted to allow a variance that the county found to be violative of the article. I listened. I listened with kind ear, I think, on Eric's position.
James, I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear you.
I think your internet connection's giving you a problem. James.
Other board members, the thing I was persuaded or did not submit and whole thing.
James, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We can't hear anything you're saying. You're well, and that's why. It looks like we may have lost Mr. Greer's connection for a second. Let's give him a minute and see if he can reconnect. He's still showing us participating in the meeting, but his video is dropped off and I don't hear it. We still can't hear you, James.
I'm trying. Hang on.
That was a temporary improvement.
Is it better?
Commissioner Greer, this is Kim Sanchez. Sometimes it helps if you turn off
your
lost
internet connection here for.
You might try turning off the video if you're having bandwidth issues. I know we prefer for all the Board of Adjustment members to keep their video on, but if you can't participate with video on, it doesn't help us.
That might have worked. Is this better?
Seems to be so far.
Okay. Sorry about that interruption. So where I think I left off was this notion of balancing, the harm and kind of looking at this from an equitable standpoint. And I don't want to belabor my speech here because we've got a lot more work to do tonight. But suffice to say that this is going to be one of the rare times that I would vote in favor of granting this variance. And with that, I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Would anyone like to make a motion? Or is there further discussion, I should say? I don't expect there is.
Oh,
go ahead.
I could respond. You know, I think I'd like to help Mr. McFarland as well, but just strictly looking at the criterion we're supposed to use. You know, I think it's important to clarify the addition was built when the 7-foot setback existed. So it was not a surprise that the 4-foot setback was no longer the case. And also just that environmental impacts are not one of the criterion that we are looking at. Although it's a laudable goal and something worth taking into consideration for sure. So I'm comfortable being in the minority. I won't make a motion, but I will vote when the time comes.
Eric, this
Would
is
anyone else?
Scott Rudge. I'd be happy to make a motion in this variance.
Thank you.
So I would like to move that the Board of Adjustment approve this variance to allow the existing addition to the garage in its current footprint to be, or to move the setback required for that from 7 feet to 4 feet in the footprint of that addition only. I request help from staff if there's anything more I need to say, particularly about the road access and the permit, but
Are you asking about conditions of approval for this?
yes.
Yes, so the engineering team noted that the existing second access road from the access road of the NUPUD, we either need documentation that there is an easement for use of that access, or that access has to be decommissioned. And so that plus requiring an actual building permit for the structure would be the two conditions of approval that staff would suggest.
So with those two conditions for approval, that an easement be provided for the access to the NUPUD road, and that a building permit can be acquired for the addition, the Board of Adjustments would grant a variance for the footprint of the addition, and make the setback 4 feet rather than 7. Do I need to restate that?
It feels like we might want to just start with that language again from the beginning. Does anybody else, just because we had a little confusion?
No, I agree. Let's try to restate it for the record in a clean fashion, and then we can
And
vote
Scott, usually what I'll do is just read like the variance number and then the request outline. I would do it, but I can't. I didn't write down the.
I've got it.
conditions
So,
well
in the
enough.
case, I, Scott Rudge, move that in case of docket variance 20-005, McFarland setback variance, that the variance be approved subject to the conditions of an easement to the NUPUD road access and a building permit. And this variance is for a request for a 4-foot side setback along the northern property boundary, where the required setback is 7 feet, to allow an existing detached garage on a 4.65 acre parcel.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Anyone? This is Eric Mounts. I will second the motion. All in favor of the motion made by Scott Rudge to approve VAR-20-0005, please say aye. Sarah Weavenson,
Nay.
Eric Mouts, aye. Scott Rudge,
Scott Rudge, aye.
Carrie Stolfus,
Carrie Stoltzfus, aye.
James Greer.
James Greer, aye.
Docket item VAR-20-005 is approved. Thank you. We will now move on to the next item on our docket, which is docket AP-20-001, the aggregate appeal. We will first hear from staff on this item. Staff, you can begin your presentation.
Eric, this is Scott Rudge, board member. I'd like to move for a 3-minute break before we get it. I think this one will take a little longer, and I'm getting uncomfortable.
Okay. I don't think we need a second on that. I'll just make the decision. We'll reconvene at 5:15. It's now 5:11. Everyone can turn off their video and do what they need to do, and then we'll come back and begin with docket AP-20-001. We are now off the record. Thank you. We are back on the record in the October 7th, 2020 meeting of the Boulder County Board of Adjustment. We will now consider docket AP-20-0001, the aggregate appeal. We will follow that this is a slightly different type of matter than the variances that we've been considering, but we'll follow much the same format. We'll first hear from staff, and after staff has made their recommendation and presentation, the applicant will have 15 minutes to present their appeal and their arguments. We'll then have board questions for the party, for staff, and for the appellant. And then we will call public testimony. It looks like we do have some members of the public that want to testify on this matter. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting situations in which a member of the public has pooled their allotted time with other folks. As I said at the beginning of this meeting, a member of the public may pool up to 10 minutes of time from 3 other members of the public who must be present in the meeting to make sure that we can verify that they are legitimate participants. So without further ado, I'll turn this over to Mr. Case, who can present the staff's recommendation.
Good evening, commissioners. Dale Case, Director of Community Planning and Permitting. Everybody hear me okay? Okay, thank you. Just one administrative note before we get started. The appellant has submitted additional documents, so it's within the 14-day window. So the Board of Adjustment would need to vote to accept those documents. Anna Milner has emailed those to the board this afternoon and is posting a link to them in the chat section as well, I believe, so that people in attendance at the meeting would also have access to those documents.
Thank you, Mr. Case. I suggest that the board consider this issue as a threshold matter before hearing from staff or the appellant, so that both sides know what the record is going to look like that they're going to be able to argue from. Have all the Board of Adjustment members received the documents? They should have been received by you in an email from Anna Milner at 4:55 p.m. today. Okay. Mr. Case, since these documents were submitted by the appellant, I'll ask you whether the county has any objection to including the additional materials that we've been provided in the record.
Staff has no objections to utilizing the information.
Oh, excuse me, but I'm just saying by the titles of these attachments, Neighbors 404 permit, Fredstrom Hall Road, I think this is the next appeal, not the current appeal. Or do I have them?
This is the appeal before us right now is the Fredstrom appeal.
Oh, okay.
Item 8 hearing, so, yep.
I thought it was in the other order, that the floodplain. Okay, never mind.
If there's no other discussion, I'll move that we accept the documents being submitted by the appellant.
Second. We've moved and seconded that we accept the documents that have been submitted by the appellant attached to Anna Milner's email from 4:55 p.m. today, which have also been linked in the chat box for the Zoom webinar. Zoom webinar. All in favor? Scott Rudge?
I'm opposed.
Okay. Eric Mouts, aye. James Greer?
Aye.
Sarah Rebenson?
Aye.
Carrie Stoltzfus?
Aye.
The motion passes. The additional documents submitted by the applicant will be considered part of the record. Thank you, Mr. Case, for reminding me of that issue. You now have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As you say, this is AP 20-0001, the appeal of my determination that the lapse provision on the Fredstrom special use as approved through resolution 95-93 has lapsed. The county commissioners approved, well, first I'll start. The standards of review are contained in the staff report, and I'm not going to belabor those in the essence of time if you have questions on those standards or as they come up, but they're for you to utilize as you're considering this appeal. I will go into the meat of it so we can get through this. The commissioners approved resolution 95-93, which approved 3 special use dockets that were processed as one consolidated plan for gravel mining at 3 separate sites: the neighbor's Redmond gravel pit, the Fredstrom gravel pit, and the Hygiene gravel pit. The master plan contemplated mining the 3 pits sequentially over the course of 25 to 30 years. Reclamation was to occur simultaneously with mining activity using a pod system. The pod system helps minimize the amount of land that's disturbed at any one time. The 1998 neighbor's permit amendment application explains that a pod may range in size from 11 to 26 acres, and only one pod or a portion of the 2 pods may be disturbed during any phase of mining. In no case will additional pods be opened unless reclamation is complete on the first mine of the 2 open pods. Thus, large sections of the sites will be reclaimed years before the last pod would be mined. Condition 16 of the resolution captured that concept, that the maximum disturbed area at any given time be limited to only 1 mining pod at a time, or no more than 50% of 2 pods, 1 under reclamation and 1 in the beginning stages of dewatering and mining. The mining and reclamation plan have been completed on the Hygiene and Redmond neighbor sites since 2009. No mining activity has occurred on the Fredstrom site since the passage of the resolution in 95. The appellant seeks to begin mining on the Fredstrom site, and we have reviewed the permit to assess if it is still valid. I issued the June 16th, 2020 determination that the permit had lapsed. The appellant is appealing that determination that the permit has lapsed. There's some background in your packet on the nature of the special use permit. There are uses which are generally more intensive than by right uses, but can still occur if they meet code criteria to assure that the use is located, designed, and operated in harmony with neighboring development and the surrounding area, and does not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. Once approved, a special use must commence within 5 years of the initial approval and must not remain inactive for a continuous period of 5 years or more. Or if it does, the permit will lapse. And that's called out in Article 4-604C of the Land Use Code. I won't read the whole section there, but it is in your packet. And at the bottom of it is really, I think, the heart of the argument before you is that an approved special use shall be deemed inactive under this subsection if there has been no activity under any portion of the special use permit for a continuous period of 5 years or more as a result of causes within the control of the special use permittee or agent. The intent of the lapse provision is to protect the communities from uses that are no longer compatible with the surrounding area or that present public health, safety, and welfare concerns. In order to meet the intent, the provision should not be interpreted in such a way as to render it meaningless. For this same reason, passive compliance with conditions of the special use approval generally will not prevent a permit lapse. An example, in this case, the appellants may have complied with the condition of approval number 17 to post signs along the perimeters of the site, saying that gravel mining will occur. However, continued presence of signs on the site after posting is not an activity under the permit that would prevent a lapse during a 5-year period. If such passive compliance with the conditions of approval constituted activity under the permit, the lapse provision would be rendered meaningless because no permit would ever lapse. In addition, and consistent with previous gravel mining operations, I've interpreted the term activity in Article 4-604C very broadly to encompass not only actual gravel extraction, but pre and post gravel mining activities, including reclamation of the mined areas. In the past determinations, minimal tasks for mere compliance with state law requirements have not been sufficient to demonstrate activity. More specifically, activity under the permit does not include general land management activities that a landowner would perform regardless of post-approval requirements in a special use permit. I have determined in this case that no activity under the permit occurred from the time reclamation was completed on the neighbor site in 2009 until at least 2015, as no purported activity occurred on the hygiene site during this period. My analysis focuses on the neighbors' Redmond and Fredstrom sites. The neighbors and Redmond sites, that if you look at the records on that, the appellant and the state of Colorado Department of Reclamation, Mining and Safety repeatedly state that reclamation was complete in 2009. The appellant stated it in their 2009-2011 annual report to DRMS for the neighbor site that reclamation was completed in 2009. In the 2010 report, they also stated the entire property has been mined and fully reclaimed as of the permit year ended June 7, 2009. Other pieces of this is repair and revegetation work after the 2013 flood does not constitute activity under Article 4-604C. The flood repairs and related revegetation constituted ongoing land management work and not activity under the special use permit. The appellant's submission of technical revisions do not qualify as activity under the permit. These revisions were merely the appellant seeking approval for deviations from the plan so that they did not have to conduct additional work. And the 2013 Water Court decree is not evidence of activity under the permit. While seeking legal rights such as water rights may in some circumstances constitute evidence of activity under the permit, this circumstance alone, or combined with other minimal level of activity asserted by the appellant, is not sufficient to prevent a finding of a lapse. On the Fredstrom site, no mining or reclamation activities have ever occurred on the Fredstrom site, though the appellant seeks to begin mining the site in the future. The appellant obtained a reclamation permit for the Fredstrom site from DRMS in 2001 and has maintained it for almost 20 years. DRMS inspection reports demonstrate that the appellant did not know when mining would commence in either 2010 or 2015. In particular, the 2010 DRMS inspection report for the Fredstrom site referenced that they had requested a reduction in their bonding amount because no mining had occurred and no mining activities are foreseen for some time. The 2015 DRMS inspection report similarly states that the inspection was conducted as part of the division's regular monitoring program. Mining has not commenced at the Fredstrom site. The site is currently being used as pasture. The operator does not currently know when mining will commence in that site. And then in addition, the 2019 DRMS inspection report states mining activities have not yet commenced at the site. The operator does not currently know when operations will begin. The appellant points to several activities on the Fredstrom site during the relevant period of 2009 to 2015 to support their contention that the permit has not lapsed. One, they maintain the DRMS permit. Number two, considerations related to Preble's jumping mouse, which was trapped on or near the site in 2014. And number three, groundwater monitoring. And number four, communications with county staff and the Army Corps of Engineers. They argue are constitute activities under the permit. I argue that maintaining a reclamation permit is an administrative process and not alone an activity under 4-604C of the code. The appellant's actions related to the Preble's jumping mouse occurred after the 2015 lapse period. The groundwater monitoring that occurred on the Fredstrom site during the lapse period was very minimal and did not qualify as an activity under the permit. And the communications with our staff and the Army Corps of Engineers are administrative in nature and do not alone constitute activity under the permit. In reviewing my determination, you are charged with considering evidence of past interpretations of Article 4-604C lapse provision. In this case, both Resolution 9618 and Resolution under SU 8812 are relevant to this analysis. The determination on this case also involved the lapse provision. The first one applied to gravel mining. In that case, I determined the application had not lapsed. I reviewed the activities specifically related to that site and as listed in that staff report. Taken as a whole, those activities led to the finding that it had not lapsed. A similar determination in 2002 on SU 96-18, the director reviewed the specific facts and circumstances and made a determination that the sum total of actions taken by the operator continued activity under that permit. The appellants argue vested in due process rights. The lapse provision has been part of the land use code since 1996, and neither the appellant's vested rights nor its due process rights were violated by my finding of a lapse. The agreement to make gifts and options to purchase are also irrelevant to the lapse determination, as noted in my report. Because no activity under the permit occurred on any of the sites for at least the 5-year period, I recommend that the BOA uphold my determination that the approval of the special use under dockets SU 94-22, 23, and 24 has lapsed. And that ends my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is Eric Mounts, Board of Adjustment member. Thank you, Mr. Case. Do any of the members of the Board of Adjustment have any questions for Mr. Case?
I do. Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had 2 questions. This was a very large packet, so I did my best to kind of dig in and really understand it as much as I could, but I did have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first one is, it appears from the materials that the lapse period that applies to the Fredstrom site is based off of the completion of permit activity on the neighbor and hygiene sites, rather than 5 years from when its own special use permit 94-23 was issued for Fredstrom, which would have lapsed in 2000 or so. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was processed because it was on 3 different parcels. Each one got its own docket number, but those 3 dockets were processed as one master plan for mining and approved with the idea that they were related to each other and would happen sequentially.
Okay.
And so that's why the Fredstrom site, it was still contingent on what happened at the neighbors in Redmond Gravel Pit.
Okay, so the lapse period, in your view, is 2009 to 2015, where in your interpretation, there was nothing that qualified as activity.
Correct.
Okay, so my second question is about the definition of activity. There's kind of differing interpretations of that. I went to the code, and since part of what we're supposed to be looking at is the meaning of the provisions, and it looked like in the, let's see, which section would that even be, but 604, that it talks about operation or construction under the permit. And there's no definition in the code for operation, but construction does refer to soil disturbance. And that seems like it would apply to the installation of groundwater monitoring, which is listed in the permit as one of the conditions. I'd like staff's perspective on why you don't interpret the installation of groundwatering equipment as activity under the permit.
Okay. Thanks. That's a good question, and it is the crux of the case is the definition and what constitutes an activity under the permit. The groundwater piece of it, according to the timeline, and you can refer, I think, to Exhibit K, and see the time frame that staff had put together. The groundwater monitoring that occurred did end in 2010 on the Fredstrom site. It was very minimal in nature, and so it did not rise to the level of an activity under the permit as we did our analysis.
Well, it looks like there's the installation of groundwater monitoring wells at the Fredstrom site in 2015.
Yeah, it started again at some point in 2015, I believe.
So wouldn't that be within, sorry. Is there a reason why you interpret that as within the lapse period when they restarted the monitoring?
Well, first and foremost, I did not see that it was an activity under the permit, that it rose to that level. It was pretty minimal groundwater monitoring as an activity, and the periods that it occurred looked like it was still, there's still a 5-year gap between that even occurring. So those two factors together made the groundwater not a consideration for being constituted as an activity that would not invoke the cessation.
Okay, so in your view, the starting up, or if I'm hearing you correctly, first of all, you don't interpret it as rising to the level of activity under the permit. And then second of all, the restart of the monitoring fell outside of 5 years.
Yeah, correct.
Great, thank you.
Do any of the other board members have questions for Mr. Case? Seeing no other questions from the board, we'll ask the appellant to come forward and present their case. As I said at the beginning of this docket number, the appellant will have 15 minutes to argue their case, at which time the board will have the opportunity to ask questions of the appellant. Is the appellant here?
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Can.
All right.
Yes.
Great. Sorry, it took me a minute to find the right button. Sorry about that. Good evening, members of the board. My name's Jim Borgel. I'm an attorney with Holland & Hart. I'm in the Denver office. And I'm joined tonight by several of my associates, AJ Martinez and Haley Siltanen, who are both from Holland & Hart. Christine Feltz from Aggregate, who is the appellant here, is also joining us. I do have a PowerPoint presentation here, which let's see if I can make it so you can see it. Let's see, does this work? Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. The first slide I'm going to just skip over because I think Director Case pretty much addressed most of the information that was on that slide. It just kind of goes to the historical context of these three sites, the Hygiene, the Neighbors Redmond, and the Fredman site. The one thing I would like to point out, he did note that it was anticipated to occur pursuant to the permit over a period of 25 to 30 years. The staff report, which is part of the record that was submitted to the board back at the time of the permit was approved, noted that the actual conduct of construction or mining activities would vary in accordance with market conditions. So the fact that there's been a long period of relatively minimal or somewhat lessened activity on the site, I think was anticipated back in the day. Let's see, moving on to the next slide. Let me make sure I got the right one here. Moving on to the next slide, I think we have some pretty significant differences of opinion here in terms of what was done and what was not done. You know, the director has sort of made a determination that the reclamation was completed in 2009 and that the work that was done under the reclamation permit and pursuant to the requirement that we reclaim the sites, which is part of our special use permit that was approved by the county, that was not maintenance. And we strongly disagree with that. We think that's a mistake. Reclamation at Neighbors and at the Redmond site, well, at the Neighbors site, is governed by the terms of state DRMS permit, which requires us to actually reclaim the property. The Neighbors Redmond, I keep saying Neighbors Redmond reclamation was substantially delayed due to the flooding events, the very significant flooding events that occurred in 2013. And then there was a subsequent flooding event in 2015 that caused significant delays in reclamation of Neighbors Redmond. And, frankly, the reclamation was not really complete until 2018. And for the director to sort of classify all of that activity as just property maintenance and just sort of things that we would have done anyway is wrong, because we were under a legal obligation, both in terms of our county permit and both in terms of our mining permit from the state, to undertake all of that work. The second point I'd like to make is that the director somehow came up with a definition of a term called passive activity, and has said that most of what we did was passive activity, and so therefore that doesn't really count. But there's nothing to that extent that's in the code. As we kind of went over with the director's portion of the presentation, the code is pretty clear. I mean, it says no activity under any portion of the special use permit for a continuous period of 5 years. And activity has been consistently, like over years, defined by staff to include gravel mining operations, but also activities to plan and prepare for mining, as well as necessary post-mining reclamation activities. That's in fact, part of that language is in the determination letter that he gave us. He indicated this is what we view activity to be, and then came to the conclusion that we didn't have any activities, even though consistently over the period we were planning and preparing for mining on the Redmond site. And we were undertaking post-mining reclamation activities on Neighbors and Redmond. The standard of review here, which we touched on briefly, is basically if there was activity under any portion of the permit should be valid. There's no means or no basis to revoke it. And passive activity is not in the code. The code says activity. It doesn't say, well, if it's passive, it doesn't count. If it's active, it counts. It just says activity. And so, hanging your hat on the idea that some of the activity was passive is just really kind of inconsistent with the code. And similarly, there's really no basis for determining that reclamation is land maintenance, because it was required by both Boulder County and by our DRMS permits. So, for any activity under the permit, mining, planning, preparing for mining, reclamation is activity under 4604C. He tries to differentiate us from the finding that he made in Martin Marietta back in 2018. And I've put the language in here that's actually in the staff report because I think it's important. And I'll just let you read it, but he goes through this litany of things that Martin Marietta did, and then says, well, these activities taken as a whole led him to a finding that the permit is not lapsed. But when you go back to that, the items that he listed are items that Aggregate has done in this situation. We've done reclamation activities, we've fertilized, we've reseeded, we've done noxious weed removal, we've filed applications for water rights. The augmentation plan that he discounts is an application for water rights. We did wetlands work, we obtained permits, surveying, groundwater monitoring. And so, this concept of taken as a whole, again, is really not consistent with what the code requires. These are all activities that have been found in prior cases to be activity. And for the county at this point to sort of do pretty much a 180-degree about face is unfair and is inconsistent with what the code requires. Everything that I've talked about is in the record. I mean, we've submitted almost 1,000 pages of documents, I think over 1,000 pages of documents, including the few additional permits that we submitted today, and I appreciate the board's acceptance of those. And I think that all just clearly demonstrates that we have done significant amounts of work over this period of time. Part of the county submission included a timeline from the beginning of the permit, from the issuance of the permit to today, And this is what came along in the county's packet. And as you can see, I mean, they do reference numerous activities along the timeline, whether you classify them as passive or active or however you classify them, they took place. And what we did is we kind of zoomed in on this colored portion here, which is what, you know, he sort of demonstrates as the lapse period. And we've kind of gone through that on a year-by-year basis. So 2009, the beginning of the lapse period, we did do groundwater monitoring. It took place throughout 2009, or that period in 2009. We met with the Corps of Engineers to sort of talk about, actually that was a wetlands report that we did, so we'd be prepared to work with the Corps of Engineers on wetlands mitigation on Neighbors in Redmond. 2010, we continued to groundwater monitor into 2010. 2010, we met with the Corps of Engineers on site at Neighbors to talk about wetlands mitigation that was going to be required pursuant to our reclamation permit. And all these gray boxes are basically other things that we did in terms of filings and meetings and with DRMS that were required under our mining permits, our reclamation permits. 2011, same thing, the May 10th, 2011 report site visit from DRMS talked about steps that we needed to take in order to complete our reclamation, talked about some changes to the reclamation plan. We weeded, we sprayed, we cut stumps in October. We met on site at Fredstrom with DRMS to talk about our mining plans and what the status of that project was. This is a picture of what the project, of what the Neighbors Redmond site looked at that point. And as you can see, I mean, it's fairly complete, but there were still significant obligations under our permit that needed to be accomplished before the DRMS was willing to release our bond and say that reclamation is done. 2012, we started doing survey work in order to put in place a restrictive covenant that was required both under our Boulder County permit and also under our wetlands permit with the Corps of Engineers in order to make sure that the wetlands that we created at that site were protected. That was for the Neighbors Redmond site. We weeded, we sprayed, we mowed, also had annual reports during that period of time. 2013, whoops. There we go. Sorry. There we go. 2013 was the year of the flood. And much of the reclamation work that we did in the years prior was damaged at that point. And so we had to go back and meet with Bureau of Reclamation or Division of Mining and Safety and figure out what we were going to do to fix that, which was substantial. We also contacted Director Case in November of 2013 saying at this point we would like to get the mine at the Fredrum site opened up again, or opened up I should say, because we wanted to be able to provide gravel to repair much of the damage, or at least help the damage that was created by those substantial floods that took place. And also at that point, we finally got the augmentation decree related to the Neighbors Redmond site that we needed in order to comply with our requirements under our reclamation permit with mining and reclamation. 2014, we actually met with Dale Case in order to talk about our plans for mining the Fredstrom site. We also entered in at that point into an agreement with Boulder County. Actually, the landowner entered into an agreement with Boulder County and with the city of Longmont to deal with some flood control issues that Longmont wanted to pursue that would have affected mining at the Fredstrom site. And so that agreement took several, at least several months to negotiate prior to December of 2014. And during that period of time, that agreement was negotiated so that it protected our right to mine and recognized our right to mine, created easements across the site, and also created obligations related to this channel that was needed in order to provide some flood relief. We also had started contact with community planning and development with regard to mining Fredstrom. We continued to do weed spraying, and we continue to do reclamation work to correct pond breaches at Neighbors Redmond and correct that. 2015, same thing, meeting with planning and development. Groundwater monitoring started back up in April of 2015. weed spraying. We also started a new wetlands delineation for the Fredstrom site in 2015. And then in 2016, further correspondence, discussions with Boulder County. At that point, we also started working on meetings with Boulder County related to the Prebbles Meadow jumping mouse. And so if you put all that together, overlaid what the county did on their timeline, this is what it looks like. So to take the position that we did nothing during that period of time, I think is kind of disingenuous and really is contrary to the facts. I also wanted to show you this. This is a picture of Neighbors Redmond before the flood. This is it after the flood. These are excerpts from the report that we got from Division of Reclamation and Mining Safety after their inspection. And I think the last comment here is the most important, which is at the bottom there. It says the division appreciates the difficulty in dealing with unforeseen events as the flood, which occurred in 2013. However, the operator has a responsibility to complete all outstanding reclamation work, which was described above. So, I mean, that's not property maintenance. That's reclamation work that was required under our DRMS permit and under our Boulder County permit. A couple of other considerations. I'm going to go through these quickly because I think my time is running short. You know, one of the other aspects of 4604C is that a lapse can only occur as a result of causes within the control of the permittee. The 2013 flooding was historic. You know, repairs were delayed by the 2015 flooding. We had to enhance them. You know, we also had to face the Great Recession in 2008, 2009, which, you know, had a significant impact on the economy and our ability to sell gravel. We were also pretty focused on fixing the flood damage at that point in time. The director touched on the related agreements. I mean, we did do the landowner entered into 2 agreements at the time that the permit was issued. One was an agreement to make gifts with Boulder County so that some of the land on the Fredstrom site was donated to the county, will be or was donated to the county as open space. Also entered into an option to purchase with Boulder County. And, you know, the concept was the Fredstrom site was going to be largely open space, wetlands. You know, there'd be a trail corridor that goes through there once mining was completed. And, you know, if these agreements are allowed to stand as they are, but we're prevented from mining on the Fredstrom site, I mean, that really is not fair to the landowner. It was all part of a transaction that everybody was focused on at that point in time. Secondly, I mean, Boulder County has a strong interest in having this permit exist. I mean, if you take the position that the permit terminated back in 2009, or at least in 2005, and we had not reclaimed the neighbor's Fredstrom site, the county would have no mechanism to enforce their requirements that we reclaim the site. I mean, it'd be totally reliant on the state at that point, and it would not be something that you really want to do. It really sets a bad precedent, I think, for the county at this point to say, well, you know, we're just going to say because there was sort of a random statement in a couple of reports that reclamation was complete, that it was complete, regardless of the fact that at that point in time, there was still substantial work that needed to be done. And then finally, you know, Boulder County has continued to treat this permit as active well after the alleged lapse period. Just a few examples, but, you know, I referenced earlier in the timeline, I mean, there have been a number of meetings, there's been correspondence back and forth. We talked to the county about getting a pre-application meeting on Fredstrom back in 2000, I'm not sure, 16, I think, 15. But, you know, we got a floodplain development permit in September of 2018 for a haul road. There was a meeting in January of 2019 with Boulder County, City of Longmont, and representatives of Aggregate talking about construction of this Heron Lake relief channel. February 2019, we got comments from the county on our traffic impact study related to Fredman. I mean, so this has been ongoing for some time. And I guess I would ask the question, what if, you know, at what point is it fair for the county to go back and say, oh, well, you know, we just figured out that 10 years ago you lapsed. I mean, if we were conducting mining operations today, would it be reasonable? Would it be fair? Would it be equitable for the county to go back and say, well, we're going to shut you down because we just figured out you had a 5-year period 10 years ago that there was no activity and so you lapsed, or there was just passive activity and so your permit lapsed.
Excuse me, this is Anna Milner, staff. Your time is up.
Okay, sorry. I guess I didn't hear the sound. I was just talking too much. My apologies.
Thank you, Ms. Milner. I was wondering if we were going to hear the buzzer that we heard earlier. I didn't hear it, and I've been watching the time myself. Does anyone on the board have a question for the appellant's counsel? Ms. Weavenson?
I have two questions. Curious to hear from the appellant what you consider to be the most recent activity on the site and what you would therefore establish as a lapse period.
Well, I guess my first response is that we would not establish a lapse period. I mean, I think we've been working consistently from the time the permit was approved all the way through to today. I would have to refer to our timeline that we prepared, which is part of the record, and I might excuse me, might take a few minutes for me to dig that up. But let's see, whoops, that's the wrong one, sorry.
Go back to the timeline slide. That was very helpful to get your perspective.
Sure. Whoops. Now I've kind of messed it up. Let's see.
One more. There you go.
There you go. I'll take you to. Whoops. Hang on. There you go. There's 2016. We met with Boulder County Parks and Open Space. Excuse me, open space regarding plan for mining and trying to address the Prebbles Mouse at the Fredstrom site. We also had correspondence with the community planning and permitting department about that issue. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think we have any period in there where we lapsed.
But it sounds like you see the last activity on the site as being in 2016, and therefore we're in a 5-year period of lapse.
No, I don't. We just focused on that period in terms of this timeline because it was the period that the staff focused on. Hang on 1 minute. Let's see. We do have, I don't know if I can share this with you. Let's see. Here is, let's see, I believe this is our, yeah, here is, can you see this? Can you see what I just put up on my screen?
No,
I think we're seeing the timeline.
This is part of the record. We submitted this. It's our timeline that we put together that covers everything that we had as in terms of documentation. So I'm scrolling up to 2016. Yeah.
We can't see that timeline.
Okay.
I'm happy to pull it up if I have it on my screen.
Yeah, if you can pull it up, that would be great, Haley. I appreciate that. I'm being technologically
Go ahead and just
challenged.
stop screen sharing on your side.
And while you're doing that, I think the origin of my question is just, yeah, if you feel like, it feels like we're in another lapse period again, potentially, that your activity is ending in 2016, something would need to begin by 2021?
Let's see. Hang on a minute. I'm having a hard time here trying to get this so I am not screen sharing, and I apologize. I'm an old guy. I'm technologically challenged.
And while Jim's doing that, Sarah, I'll just read off from the timeline that Jim's trying to pull up.
Yeah, thank you.
So just in looking at our 2019 timeframe, in August, we submitted a draft habitat conservation plan to the Forest Service or the Fish and Wildlife Service for the Prebbles mouse. So that was a big undertaking. We also, in June of 2019, we applied for, and the Division of Water Resources approved a substitute water supply plan for Friedstrom. I'll go ahead and share this.
I did get it turned off. Yeah. So go ahead, Haley.
Okay. So I have 2019 up, and Jim, let me know if you'd like me to scroll to a specific year.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. You've got it. You're very familiar with this timeline.
Okay, well, I'm going to go back to 2016 just since that's where our presentation stopped. So here's the timeline for 2016. And as you could see, in March, we were meeting with Parks and Open Space about the Prebbles Mouse, and also meeting with Planning and Permitting Department regarding the plan to mine the Friedstrom site. In April of 2016, the Planning and Permitting said that we could go ahead and continue work under the existing permit. Weeds were continuing to be sprayed on neighbors in Redmond at that time because the reclamation bond hadn't yet been released. In July for Friedstrom, we had an on-site meeting with Fish and Wildlife Service, again regarding the Prebbles mouse. During that time, groundwater monitoring data was being collected. Let's see, in 2017, we contracted to have more repairs and seeding on the neighbor's site. And that was in response to some additional damage that had happened in 2015 from flooding from the reclamation ponds. We have invoices for those in the record. In 2017, we continued to meet with Fish and Wildlife Service about the Prebbles mouse and collect groundwater monitoring data. And then in 2018, we got a concurrence from Fish and Wildlife Service regarding the widening of an existing road on the Friedstrom site to access mining, that would not adversely affect the Prebbles mouse. Also in 2018, we contracted to have a consultant prepare a memorandum regarding historical consumptive use on the Friedstrom site of water. And this kind of just continues. In 2018, which is when the reclamation bond for the neighbor's Redmond site was finally released, that was in the fall. And you can kind of see the activities leading up to the release of that reclamation bond. And that eventually was finally released in October, at the end of October. In November of 2018, we submitted a.
So I'm just, in order to keep us on a reasonable schedule here, I'm going to interrupt and suggest that because this document's in the record, we don't need council to read it to us. I'd like to refocus on Ms. Wevenson's question and make sure that she got the question she asked answered to her satisfaction, and if not, to refocus you on what it is she wanted to know.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm your perspective on whether there was any kind of timing related to a lapse, because it did appear that we were within another one. My other question was just, so thank you for providing that information. I think going back to staff's interpretation and sort of my interpretation of activity being soil disturbance, not meetings and letters and things. Did you, I guess, again, looking at your timeline, it looks like the groundwater monitoring ended in February of 2010 and didn't start up again until April of 2015, which would be a 5-year and 2-month lapse. Do you agree that those are the correct times for the groundwater monitoring in your timeline?
You know, I think the record kind of speaks for itself, and Haley, you may have a better sense as to the specifics, but that's probably roughly correct in terms of groundwater monitoring, but we were doing other activities on neighbors in Redmond over that period of time as well. You know, we were doing weed spraying, we were doing mowing. I don't know if we did any actual groundwork. We did cut stumps. I think that's probably, I'm scrolling through the timeline that Haley put together.
This is Scott Rudge, BOA member. Can you produce records 26 and 27? Those are frequently referred to under the weeding and spraying. And I have no idea what those are.
Yeah, we can we can get those pulled up.
Are they
Haley,
part
can
of
you?
the record that's been submitted?
Yes, yes. Everything we've referred to is part of the record.
And I'm pulling those up now.
And that was it for my questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Sarah. But the 26 and 27 go to physical activity anyway.
I'll accept it as a friendly amendment to my questions.
It was.
Record 26 is an invoice for mowing on the pit, one of the pits, the neighbor's Redmond pit. It looks like 27 is weed control, herbicide application services.
Can you present those? Can you share them on the screen?
Yeah. You want me to do that, Haley? I have them up.
Oh, go for it, Jim.
All right. Assuming I can figure this out. Give me. Let's see. How about now? So here's 26. Can you see that?
I see an invoice with a date of 2007.
Um,
So if you keep scrolling, Jim, record 26 includes all of the.
oh, right. Yes,
the
you're
weed and
right.
spraying
Yep.
invoices.
Sorry about that. So there's a series of invoices that all relate. So that's got 2007. This one is, I guess, it looks like about the same. Let's see, 07. This one goes up to, well, a lot of 07s here.
And while Jim's scrolling, Sarah, I'm just going to add a few things in response to your question. We pulled up the groundwater monitoring data, and there was groundwater monitoring on Friedstrom up until
08.
April up until April 2010, and then started again in April 2015. And other than in addition to the spraying and mowing and kind of weed control invoices that we're looking at right now, there's also repair work done in 2014, repairs to the berms of the reclamation ponds on the neighbor's Redmond site following the floods. That's other kind of physical construction earthwork that happened during that time.
Right. We're up to 2010 here. I've just been scrolling quickly. 2010.
So again, I'm going to stop everyone here because these documents are part of the record. I don't know that we have quite a number of folks who want to speak, and I don't know that our time is served by scrolling through the documents that are already in the record and that we all have. If any of the Board of Adjustment members want to look at something in the record, the appellant has identified the documents 26 and 27, and we're all free to look at them if we'd like to do so. But I'd really like to keep this moving. Does anyone else have a question for the appellant before we move to public testimony?
James Greer, board member. I have a question for the appellant, if I may. Kind of a threshold question, at least for me. If the mining and reclamation was terminated at Redmond and Hygiene by 2009, is it pertinent or germane that we entertain the time frame, the chronology, those sequences that have anything to do with Redmond and Hygiene? Yeah, let me state that differently. Why do we care about work that happened at two mine sites that have basically been stipulated to have been concluded, for lack of better words, that the mining and reclamation was done by 2009? Is it fair then to use land management activities involving those two sites to somehow make an argument that there's not a lapse at the subject site? That's my confusion, if anybody wants to answer that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can address that. I mean, first of all, we don't stipulate that reclamation was done on the neighbor's Redmond site in 2009. There is documentation. There were some reports that were submitted that talked about reclamation being complete. But the reality is that reclamation was not complete, and it's not complete under the state mining laws until all of the requirements under the reclamation permit are complete and the bond is released. As part of getting a reclamation permit, you have to post a bond, and we put a bond up that was, I'm going to say, roughly $250,000 on the neighbor's Fredstrom site. I'm sorry, neighbor's Redmond site. And that bond was not released until 2018. So all through the period that we're talking about, there was reclamation activity pursuant to our state mining permit and, you know, as required under the Boulder County special use permit. So we don't stipulate at all. In fact, that's very contrary to our points here that reclamation was complete in 2009. That was just sort of an offhand comment that a lot of the work had been done at that point, but part of reclamation, as you may or may not know, is actually making sure that the work that you do sticks, you know, that the wetlands are established, the ground cover is established, you know, you have the right kind of ground cover and vegetation, and that it's established so everybody can say, okay, we're done. It's back to what it's supposed to be. And that's what the county, I think, should be concerned about, is you want to make sure that it's back to what it's supposed to be. It's not just partly done.
Thank you for that. I have another question, if I may. So how do you explain to us maybe the impact of the DRMS inspection reports? And I scored a 2009, a 2010, and 2011. Mm-hmm. What's the weight of the content of those reports?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by weight, but those reports all talk about inspections. They talk about the conduct of reclamation, and they talk about what still needs to be done. And they do some of those, and I'm not sure if they're the specific ones you're referring to. I don't have them in front of me, but this, you know, some of them do talk about reclamation being done, but then they go on to say that you still need to do additional activities in order to really complete reclamation and get your bond back. So that's the weight of those reports, I would say.
I thought that the annual reports had the following words in it: referencing the DRMS 2009, 2010, 2011, mined and fully reclaimed as of permit year ended June 7, 2009. Isn't that what the contents are in the DRMS reports?
I'd have to look at the specific report that you're talking about, which I could pull up, but in the interest of not wasting time at this point, I think I would just simply say that, you know, they continue to require that we take additional steps, and that we move forward with making sure the vegetation is established, that the wetlands are established, that we have approval of our augmentation plan. There, you know, having the water supply complete and making sure that the ponds that are on the site are not actually damaging other water rights owners is something that's important. That all needs to get done. And those are all part of that series of reports during what is the alleged lapse period.
Mr. Case, if you take a note, I'm going to come back to that question to you as well. Thank you for the answer, though. That's all I have.
Are there any other questions from the board to the appellant? Okay, seeing no other questions, we will now take public testimony on this docket item. I've been provided by staff with a list of people who have signed up to speak. The first being Amanda Domenico, who has pooled time or is listed as having pooled time with 3 other individuals: Alexandra Rodriguez, Linda Dunlap, and Don Lutter. So Ms. Domenico, if you would like to take the floor, you have 10 minutes to speak.
This is Anna Milner's staff. I no longer see that Ms. Domenico is with us. on the call here.
Okay. We'll wait and see if she rejoins us, and if so, I'll insert her into the list of speakers later on. We'll now move on to the second person on our list, James Silvestro. Mr. Silvestro, I see that you are there. You are also pooling time with 3 individuals, Claudia Berg, William Berg, and Barbara Cargill. So, Mr. Silvestro, I read this information as indicating you have 10 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is James Silvestro. I'm a land use attorney with Ireland, Stapleton, Pryor, and Pasco. I'm appearing tonight on behalf of Save Our St. Vrain Valley Incorporated. SOSVV is a nonprofit that's dedicated to preserving natural and cultural resources in the St. Vrain Valley. Throughout the public comment period tonight, you'll be hearing from other members of SOSVV who live, work, and recreate in this area. Also, late in the day yesterday, I submitted written comments that I hope you were all able to access. It's now part of the docket. And I don't want to go over everything that I put in that letter, but I do think there are a few points that are worth highlighting for the board that will be helpful to you all tonight. SOSVV wholeheartedly supports Director Case's finding in this matter that Aggregate's special use permit has lapsed. But we would ask for you to affirm his decision on slightly different grounds. As Director Case explained earlier, he has taken a very broad interpretation of the word activity under the lapse provision. But we would ask this board to find that the permit has lapsed due to, not due to insufficient reclamation or insufficient preparation activities, but rather because Aggregate admits that it has not engaged in the approved special use, which is mining, since at least 2006. Director Case claims that there are certain non-special uses that can keep a permit from lapsing under the 5-year lapse provision. And as a result, we have a lot of back and forth, a lot of information, a lot of records about non-mining activities. And so, the question the parties have sort of put to you is, what is a mining activity versus what is a general land management activity? And I'd submit to you that under the 5-year lapse provision, that's not the right way to look at this. I think it's a much simpler question. You can avoid all of that back and forth, all of these points on the timeline, if you just instead focus on the word activity under any portion of the special use permit. If a permit holder does not engage in their special use, the 5-year lapse provision provides that it'll lapse. An activity under a permit is one that you couldn't do if you didn't have the permit. Now, all these other things that we've talked about, that we've heard about tonight, could be done without a special use permit. You can monitor groundwater, you can do reseeding, you can pay fees and meet with the Department of Reclamation Mine Safety. You can cut stumps at a property without a special use permit. And you can reclaim a closed mine without a special use permit. And ultimately, that's not an issue of county enforcement, as was suggested. That's an issue of state enforcement, which, as we see in the records, the state has continued to follow up on. Here, it's undisputed that Aggregate has not engaged in any mining since 2006. So everything on that timeline is something other than mining. There's been no activity under the Aggregate special use permit for mining for more than 14 years. So there's no question that the permit has lapsed. As many of you might recall, I previously appeared before this board in July 2018 regarding a similar special use permit held by Martin Marietta. Just like Aggregate, it was undisputed in that case that Martin Marietta had not engaged in gravel mining since at least 2006. Nevertheless, Director Case found that that permit didn't lapse because Martin Marietta had allegedly engaged in sufficient reclamation during the intervening years. Ultimately, a majority of this board agreed with SOSVV's interpretation. It wasn't the supermajority that we needed to reverse the decision, and now that case has gone on to continue to be litigated and is still pending in the Colorado Court of Appeals. But the decision that a majority of this board made that night is exactly the decision that we're asking you to make tonight. It's undisputed that Aggregate, just like Martin Marietta, has not engaged in the approved special use since 2006. Accordingly, the Aggregate permit lapsed way back in 2011, if not earlier. And ultimately, this case and the Martin Marietta case sort of underscore the slipperiness of the standard that Director Case has tried to apply. And he's tried to do it admirably, but the framework is just wrong. If non-special use activities can keep a permit from lapsing, then it becomes somewhat of a moving target for the county to decide what types of activities do and do not count. Instead, if the county simply adopts a bright line standard whereby a permit holder must engage in the approved special use at least once every 5 years, there will be an objective and easily applied standard. And this objective standard is consistent with both the plain meaning of the 5-year lapse provision, which talks about activity under the permit, as opposed to activity generally. And the legislative intent is also consistent with this. This point is addressed in much more detail. It's very technical in my letter. But you know, when we took up the Martin Marietta case, we actually went all the way back to when the 5-year lapse provision was approved and pulled all of the legislative history and looked at the testimony before the Board of County Commissioners and what the Board of County Commissioners was trying to do at that time. And this legislative history really confirms 3 things. 1, the 5-year lapse provision was enacted to ensure that a permit holder could not sit on its rights and then recommence a dormant permit to the surprise of its neighbors without any further review or approval from the county. If a permit holder allows its permits to lapse, then it must go before the Board of County Commissioners and obtain a new permit. 2, contrary to Aggregate's claim in its letter, there's no need for a permit holder to affirmatively abandon a permit. Rather, a permit will automatically lapse if it's not used for 5 years. And 3, the definition of inactivity as, quote, no activity under any portion of the special use permit, close quote, was added to the 5-year lapse provision to ensure that multifaceted special use permits, that's permits that allow for more than one type of special use, won't lapse if a permit holder only engages in one or less than all of the approved special uses. So for example, in this case, Aggregate, as was mentioned, was actually authorized to engage in 3 special uses. They were authorized to engage in gravel mining at 3 different sites. So they could have satisfied the activity under any portion of the permit by engaging in mining at any one of those 3 sites. But when Aggregate failed to engage in the approved special use at all of these 3 sites for more than 4 consecutive years, the permit lapsed. There's no suggestion anywhere in this legislative history that activity should be interpreted broadly to include non-special sort of related to type uses that are merely related to an approved use, but not the actual approved special use. Lastly, I do want to address the equitable arguments that Aggregate has made. First of all, there's no allowance for considerations of fairness under the 5-year lapse provision. You know, whether that's right or wrong, that's what the Board of County Commissioners put in place. There's no discretion or you know, sort of grandfathering in or mootness type concerns. So that's the first point. That's really not an appropriate consideration under the 5-year lapse provision, where you're really just looking to see whether there's been activity. But secondly, if you are going to consider issues of fairness, then you need to consider all of the issues of fairness. And so this isn't just about you know, certain letters where Boulder County may have tacitly suggested that the permit was still in place, or, you know, sort of inadvertently suggested that. You also have to consider the fairness, which is the relative harm to all the neighbors to this site, which have, you know, these neighbors have invested in their properties not knowing that this dormant special use permit might one be resurrected 14 years later without any notice, without any review by the county, or without any approval, you know, including conditions of approval in light of the changed circumstances at development around the site. Ultimately, if Aggregate still believes that gravel mining is a compatible use at this site, then, you know, the solution's obvious. It's not, if you affirm Director Case's decision tonight, you're not prohibiting mining on this site in perpetuity. What you're requiring Aggregate to do is to go back to the county and get a new approval in light of the circumstances that exist today. And that's really what's fair, and more importantly, that's what's required under the 5-year lapse provision. As it stands, Aggregate allowed its permit to lapse when it decided to stop open pit gravel mining in 2006 and then sat on its rights for more than 14 years. Accordingly, although we disagree with Director Case's reasoning, we believe that he has correctly determined that this permit has lapsed, and we would ask you to affirm that decision. I know this is public comment. If the chair would permit it, or if there's a desire, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'd just like to conclude by thanking the board. I know there's been a lot of documents. There's going to be a lot of testimony tonight. I really do appreciate your time and attention. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro. Typically, we don't entertain board questions of members of the public. And so, with all due respect, I think we'll move on to the next speaker on our list. I first want to check and see if Mr. Holt, Mr. Hoyt, you're sitting there as if you want to say something. Would you like to chime in? Have I gotten something wrong? Please tell me. You're muted.
Okay,
There you go.
how about that?
Yes.
All right, so I just wanted to point out that the letter that was being referenced in the last person's testimony was just received yesterday, and so I believe that the board needs to accept that letter. I don't show what email it was sent to us via, but it's dated yesterday, so.
Okay. Well, as an administrative matter, if the staff, while we're going through the public comment here, could locate that letter and either identify the email, the date and time that the email was sent out with the letter, or recirculate it to all of us. I'd like all the Board of Adjustment members to have ready access to it, and then we can take a vote before we close the public portion of this hearing on whether to include that letter in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you again for keeping us honest. Appreciate it. So I'll again check and see if our first speaker, Amanda Domenico, is here or ready to speak. Ms. Domenico, are you present? It looks like Ms. Domenico might have just joined the meeting.
Hi, we're having some internet connectivity issues, so now I'm on a cell phone. Is this okay? Can you hear us?
We can. So you have 10 minutes. It sounds like you have pooled time with 3 other individuals. And so pursuant to our procedural rules, you will have 10 minutes based on your time and the pooled time to speak.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Domenico, and I am a landowner in the area in the St. Vrain Valley, and I serve as the executive director of Save Our St. Vrain Valley. I spoke before most of you in 2018, and I appreciate that the majority of you heard what we had to say about the significance of Article 4604C of the Land Use Code, and the majority of you voted to uphold Article 4604, otherwise known as the 5-year lapse provision of the Land Use Code. I stand before you this evening in support of Director Case's determination that Aggregate Industries Special Use Permit AP 20-001 has expired due to lapse of activity of 14 years. The Director's determination in this case evidences hard lessons learned and the wisdom earned of over the last 3 years. In this case, in his decision, the Director did his due diligence .
Ms. Domenico, are you there? Okay.
So we're going to stick with, can I hit cancel here? So I will backtrack, and hopefully my time will stay there. Am I still muted?
I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I stand before you this evening in support of Director Case's determination that Aggregate Industries Special Use Permit has expired due to lapse of activity of over 14 years. The Director's determination in this case evidences the hard lessons learned and the wisdom earned of the last 3 years. This decision, the Director and the Land Use Department did their due diligence. They conducted a professional investigation of activity under the permit. They consulted the Division of Restoration, Mining and Safety state permits, and his enforcement of the code considers the documented intent of the lapse provision, as Mr. Silvestro's supporting exhibits will show. The appellant's Aggregate Industries will try to convince the board to the contrary, and even seeks to use the Martin Marietta determination as a precedent in their letter. Although most of you voted again to uphold Article 4604, the 5-year lapse provision, and the fact that the Martin Marietta determination is under judicial review by the Colorado Court of Appeals. The date of the hearing is yet to be set. It is not a done deal, as further substantiated by the fact that Martin Marietta has yet to commence their 5-year interim review. The appellants seek to use the Sierra Club versus Billingsley in the case of CMEX special use permit to burn tires. However, that special use was retained prior to the adoption of the article into the code, and the Colorado Supreme Court determined that it could not be applied retroactively and it should not be applied as a precedent here. They seek to use the Eldora Amendment intended specifically for multi-use special uses, as in the case of the ski resort. They would have you miss the forest for the trees. The truth of the matter is that Director Case sets the precedent and the standard for the application and correct interpretation of the 5-year lapse provision in his June 2020 determination regarding Aggregate Industries permit expiration. Aggregate Industries is even claiming that flood repair work is somehow under the special use. How is that even logically possible? Did they know we would have a flood in 2013 that would rupture most of the previously mined ponds in the St. Vrain Valley and serendipitously keeps their till then dormant permit active? It wouldn't take a gift of prophecy to anticipate the risk of mining ponds in the floodplain. And the BCCP geologic hazard map lists the area as a moderate hazard zone where all intensive uses should be discouraged. The county has just officially opposed mining in a moderate hazard zone, as it should have done, and it is the Board of Adjusters' duty to consider the safety of the St. Vrain Valley residents, to support Director Case's courageous determination. In the history of the land use lapse provision, since it was promulgated in 1996, Boulder County land use has never officially determined that any special use has expired. I think everyone expected some grumble and hefty resistance from the operators, but at some point, the county must draw a line in the sand, and this is the time. No one is claiming that there are easy choices to be made in 2020, just extremely consequential ones that will determine the future in many ways. You have the honor and responsibility to determine the fate of unincorporated Boulder County and North Boulder. Don't get lost in the weeds. The alternative is the very definition of insanity, of making the same mistakes and expecting different results. In 2013, every previously mined pond in the Martin Marietta project area ruptured, causing flooding in non-floodplain areas of Longmont. Pella Crossing ponds in the vicinity of the Fredstrom proposed mining pits ruptured, costing taxpayers a reported $3 million to repair. The mining company did not foot that bill. The land is public open space, bought and repaired in part by taxpayer money. The mining Goliaths made millions from extracting the natural resources. The existing use of the area is recreational. The land is public open space land. We are here to influence the future and not perpetuate the confirmed mistakes of the past. Some other damages are irreparable, like Kelsey Skoken, who was killed just July 24th on Nelson Road by Kenworth cement mixer, collided with an MG convertible, his first car. And they are a family that owns Black Cat Farms and feed the community and farm organically hundreds and hundreds of acres, business owners, that their lives are forever changed from one fateful night when they were doing a farm-to-table dinner, a dump truck. So, some damages are irreparable. Just the Martin Marietta project approves 240 additional trucks a day in the area. That's not including CMEX, and that's not including the Fredstrom proposal. So the safety of our roads, the air quality, already severely impacted by industrial activities and extraction overload in Weld County areas of Denver and unincorporated Boulder. When I spoke before you in 2018, we only knew of the Martin Marietta permit. In 2019, we learned that CEMEX wanted to extend their Dow Flats mining permit for another 25 years, or threatens to bring it all supplies via rail or trucks. And we learned that Aggregate Industries wanted to mine another hundreds of acres. Notice that there aren't a slew of new mining permits being proposed in the area. In fact, the onslaught of industrial activity and the imminent threat of the radical industrialization of the St. Vrain Valley, the least developed river valley in the Front Range, are all decades-old permits from last century. None of these mining multinational corporations are submitting new proposals that would be subject to current conditions, reflecting changes in information and technology since the 1990s, when Google was actually operating out of a basement apartment in California, or considering existing uses as outlined in the resolutions. They are hoping to piggyback on dormant special use permits and confuse the issue in order to get away with it. The fundamental question before the board today is, does your vote uphold Boulder County Land Use Code first and foremost, quote, enacted to protect and promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the present and future inhabitants of Boulder County, as Director Case noted in his opening. That is the clear intent of the Land Use Code. That is what Director Case's determination before you for review accomplishes, plain and simple. You have read fanciful wording of activities. For instance, in the case of Martin Marietta's decision before the BOA, over 1,100 pages were submitted of alleged activity, when in fact only 11 pages were submitted to the Director and Land Use Department at the time when SOSVV got involved and asked for proof of activity. And so they grow exponentially. Even as we're having this hearing, new information is coming. The appellants here attempt to take you down the rabbit hole and to focus on who fumigated aluminum phosphate or suffocated a few prairie dogs or cut down a Russian olive or put up a sign. But the fact is that none of that requires a special use permit from Boulder County. And all are conditions of approval, including groundwater monitoring, because there are residents here that have water rights. Ranchers that have water rights that irrigates and maintain their pastures, farmers. And therefore, water maintenance, water rights is part of the obligation, is a condition under the permit, and it is not a permitted use. The appellants here, okay. Does your vote today perpetuate zoning disasters in the floodplain and disempower the code, or does it enforce the code and the mission of Boulder County land use in lieu of corporate interest? Do you know how many other permits, special use permits, there are in Boulder County currently, whose operators can just attempt to use them should the 5-year lapse provision be rendered obsolete by another wrong decision? Aggregate Industries claims to have vested property rights to continue its mining at the Fredstrom site. We, the residents and recreationalists, small business owners, ranchers, and owners have vested property rights.
That buzzer tells us that time is up. I thank you very much for your comments. We will now move on to the next individual on our list. Miss Barbara Brunk, who will have 3 minutes to speak. Miss Brunk, are you here? I see you down there at the bottom of my screen. Miss Brunk, are you prepared to speak?
I am.
Wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
You have the floor.
My name is Barb Brunk. My address is 2718 Villanova Court, Longmont, Colorado. Good evening, and thank you for hearing from us this evening. We appreciate your time. I am here representing the landowner of the Neighbors Redmond and Freestrom Mines, Golden Farm LLLP, and Golden Land LLC. I am familiar with the project. I've actually been working on these permits since the first master plan went into place. And so I am familiar with what's been going on the property since the very beginning. What we did was put together a long-term master plan to do an environmentally sound mining and reclamation along the creek. And the goal was to not tear the whole place up at once, but to mine it and reclaim it a little at a time and end up with an enhanced riparian corridor that the mining was a vehicle to do. So I've worked with the landowner, Aggregate, and Boulder County to coordinate activities over many years. We've had continuous ongoing dialogue with Aggregate regarding completion of the reclamation of the Neighbors Redmond mine and commencement of mining on the Friedstrom mine. At no time have we abandoned the permits on Neighbors Redmond or Friedstrom. We have proceeded in good faith to coordinate with Aggregate and Boulder County to complete the reclamation of Neighbors Redmond as required by the Boulder County USR and the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. Revegetation, compliance with the 404 permit requirements, and approval of an augmentation plan are integral parts of completion of reclamation for the Neighbors Redmond site. You can't, mining and reclamation are inextricably linked. You can't mine and not reclaim. And our permit shows that. The USR is specific to that. There's a mining plan and a reclamation plan as part of the special use. We've also proceeded in good faith to support Aggregate Industries' plans to move forward on the Friedstrom property beginning in 2013. And we respectfully request that you overturn the director's position and allow this to proceed under the permit and find that there has not been inactivity and the permit has lapsed. Be happy to answer any of your questions. And thank you again for your time.
Ms. Brunk, thank you for your comments. We will now move on to the next member of the public on our list, Mr. Tom Knorr. Mr. Knorr, K-N-O-R-R, are you here? Mr. Tom Knorr, are you here? Does not appear that Mr. Knorr is present. We'll move on to the next individual on our list, Adam Luke. Mr. Adam Luke, are you here? Mr. Adam Luke.
This is Anna Milner's staff. It does appear that Mr. Luke is with us, and I believe he joined via phone. Mr. Luke, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself if you'd like to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can, Mr. Luke. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. Okay, hi. I am speaking on behalf of a fellow member of Save Our St. Vrain Valley who wrote a comment out for today because he couldn't be here. So I will go ahead and read it. His name is Rick Fries, a 40-year-old resident of Lyons living at 402 Reese Street and speaking to you through the Articulate courtesy.
So Rick Fries is on a business trip today, so he can't attend in person. But I have a few things I'd like to say to you about your review of the case decision regarding Aggregate Industries. As a 40-year resident and homeowner in North Boulder County, I have a vested interest in the welfare of both Northern Boulder County and the River Valley, as well as the quality of life and the lives of my friends here. Firstly, I ask you to wholeheartedly and unanimously support and uphold the decision of Dale Case to lapse the old and current contested Aggregate Industry permit. Make them go through the entire permitting process again if indeed they would still want to gravel. I ask you to make the permit process subject to thorough public review and rigorous content standards. Don't skip on this. The future of North Boulder County and all its residents are at stake, as well as the future of its businesses. Simply stated, and in my opinion, given the evolution of North Boulder County, some industries are simply no longer appropriate. In this area, gravel mining, with its attendant issues of noise and hauling, traffic and dust, is simply no longer appropriate. How would you enjoy an open pit gravel mine just down the street from you? Dale rightly and justifiably lapsed the permit for the reason in front of you. Please uphold his decision. Secondly, and more broadly, viewing the greater situation in North Boulder, Aggregate Industries' interests in mining is only one of several current and very significant challenges facing the St. Vrain Valley. The valley currently, at this very moment, faces an onslaught of industrialization and commercialization efforts, which include: 1, Lyons' intention to build another town along Highway 66 east of the light at the 36 intersection. They've named it Lyons Village East. 2, continued manufacture of cement at CEMEX. Their sources of raw materials are still up in the air so far as the public is aware, and will in any case involve importation of raw materials by truck on Highway 66. Local cement management has told me their intention is to increase production to 500,000 tons per year, which means they must import as much raw materials as they need. That's over 1 million tons of material being moved each year. How will they achieve this? By truck on 66? So far, the public is unaware. Martin Marietta continues to pursue interest in open pit gravel mining of approximately 800 acres. They claim to be currently permitted for over 200 truck trips per day. As you know, the rail lines run through residential hygiene, the residential and commercial districts of Longmont, and next to Pella Crossing, a popular recreation trail. So let's add this all up. It sums up to be an onslaught, which is defined as a large quantity of people or things that is difficult to cope with, and which, if allowed, in my opinion, will permanently and irreparably alter North Boulder County, overwhelm any planning by the county, overwhelm Highway 66, overwhelm the current rural nature and character of the valley, overwhelm the quality of life of residents in the valley. Support the decision of Dale Case. Thank you.
Mr. Luke, thank you. Your time is up. We will now move to the next individual on our list, Mr. Dale Rademacher. Mr. Rademacher, are you here?
Yes, I'm mute. Who else is on the list? Or look.
Hello, my name's Dale Rademacher. I'm the Deputy City Manager for the city. Sorry. The City of Longmont's interest in this particular issue is really grounded in the 2013 flood. Immediately following the flood in December of 2014, the city came together with Boulder County as well as the property owner, Golden Farms LLC, and developed an agreement to provide flood protection to the city of Longmont. Many of you may recall that Longmont experienced extensive flooding in 2013 in neighborhoods that were well out of the 100-year floodplain. The large source of that was coming from the Heron Lake, Boulder County property. And so we came together again with Boulder County and the property owner, and we constructed what was called the Heron Lake Channel. And again, that was an agreement that we entered into in December of 2014. In that agreement, it was acknowledged that the property was intended to be mined and that there was an existing DMRS mining permit on the Friedstrom property. So again, our primary interest is that not so much in the mining itself, but that the reclamation of the property, again, embedded in this 2014 agreement, called for the restoration and reclamation of the property to develop lowland channels, natural channels, if you will, so as to redirect floodwaters back to the St. Vrain main channel, should they again come out of the channel west of this point. And that was Exhibit D in the 2014 agreement. It was referred to as the lowland channel. So that was, and that is, and that continues to be the City of Longmont's interest. After that, we met with, we convened a meeting in Longmont in January of 2019 and invited several staff from Boulder County as well as from Aggregate Industries. The purpose of that meeting was, again, to allow the city to express our interest in achieving our ultimate goal. And in that meeting, again, we emphasized the need for that reclamation to occur. And again, in that meeting, we discussed the anticipated and future mining of the property. Beyond that, Longmont certainly appreciates our working relationship with Boulder County, and we look forward to finding a resolution of the issue. Thanks.
I'll give you, okay. Thank you. Mr. Rademacher, if you'd like to briefly conclude and explain whether you are for or against the interpretation of, or whether you urge us to affirm or overturn Mr. Case's determination in this matter, that would be helpful.
So it's difficult for me to say that. I don't know all the nuances of the Boulder County land use. I'm trying to simply emphasize the city's interest in agreements with Boulder County, that we expect all parties to follow through with that, including the property owner. And that it is our understanding that that anticipated and contemplated a mining of the property with an ultimate reclamation of the property being done in such a manner as to create lowland channels. So the city, again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the city council. I'm simply referring to the agreements of record between the city and the county and the property owner. I don't know if that helps you, but that's where I am.
Thank you, Mr. Rademacher.
Thank you.
Can I ask a point of clarification for staff? To Mr. Rademacher's point, is there anything that would prevent Aggregate from putting in a lowland channel as part of just flood mitigations that were done previously? And if this permit didn't exist, would they still be able to do that on the site?
So, Ms. Weavenson, I think the way we're supposed to do this, and the way I think it would make most sense, is to finish the last couple of public comments, and then give, and when we're done with that, I'll give you and the other board members a chance to ask additional questions of both staff and the appellant, if you have them. So hold your question, and we'll get to it here after the next couple speakers. Our next speaker on our list is Lily Treenans. Lily Treenans, are you here?
I am. Hi, good evening.
Could you please state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to say what you want to say. Thank you.
Great and well pronunciated. My name is Lily Treenans. I'm currently building a house at 1336 Steamboat Valley Road in Lyons. And thank you for having us here today. Before you this evening rests a decision with clear moral and legal grounds. You face the choice in this decision that you make tonight between a valley pitted and mired in industrialization with massive pits scouring the earth and riparian habitats. Or instead you could choose to preserve the ecology, Ute and Arapaho archaeology, and a thriving ecosystem that depends on the dwindling habitat for its very survival. Instead of aerial photos, I wish that each of you could be here with me as I look out into this pastoral and riparian habitat. With kids leaping over creeks and peeking into birds' nests, you make the decision tonight. This project will only serve to profit by national corporations that have previously been charged with conspiracy to defraud the US, while leaving residents, eagles, turtles, frogs, and countless plants and animals in the wake of its destruction. And legally speaking, the 5-year lapse provision, which was enacted in 1996, has not once been enforced. If this permit does not fall within the clear parameters of the provision, then please answer what does. It is abundantly clear that the activities described in no way constitute special use activity. I thank Director Case and the Land Use Department for upholding what this law was intended for in this very scenario, and ask you today to stand by the decision and to enforce the 5-year lapse provision in a case where there was clearly no activity for at least 14 years. As environmental concerns were listed earlier in earlier agenda items, I ask you to stand with the people here today who are deeply connected to and fighting for this land. Not a multinational corporation profiteering from a destructive global mining operation that leaves people and planet behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Treenans. We will now move to the next person on our list, Wendy Kahn Robson, who will again have 3 minutes. Ms. Robson, are you here?
Wendy is signed in from her home computer.
Okay, I see her. Wendy Kahn Robson, it is your turn to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself so that you can speak to us.
Wendy Kahn here. How do I unmute when it is my turn? Can you call her?
Yeah, I'm gonna call her and I have her switched.
So, Miss Robson, if you can hear me, you should be able to click in the upper right-hand corner of the box on your screen that has your name on it, mute or unmute button. Or if you can see yourself in the list of participants on the right-hand side of the screen, you should be able to, well, actually, I don't think you can mute or unmute yourself that way. I see here, Ms. Robson, if you, it looks like you succeeded in unmuting yourself. Are you there, Ms. Robson?
Yes, I am. Am I supposed to be muted?
No, it's your turn to speak. So you're not supposed to be muted, and you have 3 minutes to make your statement.
Okay, good. So my name is Wendy Kahn Robson. I live at 6152 Hygiene Road, Longmont. I am a real estate agent, been practicing in Boulder County since 1986. Mining at the Fredstrom site near Pella Crossing on North 75th Street between Hygiene Road and St. Vrain Road would be extremely detrimental to real estate values in that area. Prospective buyers will hesitate to make an offer or offer below market prices or pass on the location altogether. I spoke to an agent today who has a listing nearby, and his comment was this: mining at that site will greatly impact the value of homes in the vicinity and furthermore will affect the ability of the property to sell at all. Anecdotally, in 2012, I had a client who was interested in a property on Hygiene Road near 59th Street, and after doing research on the area, decided to pass on the property due to lawsuits regarding pollution and noxious chemicals released by the nearby Cemex plant. At the time, the suit had been settled. However, it was this buyer's opinion that history could repeat itself there, and possibly there was some remaining pollution in the soil and in the house itself. This is just how people think. When asked if there was a lower price that might convince him to buy the property, the buyer's answer was this: to the possible detriment of my health? No. The possibility of future mishaps from the same company was a deal breaker for that buyer. Even if it could be guaranteed that the Fredstrom mining would cause no air pollution or water pollution or other environmental disruptions, the ugly scar on the landscape will affect any prospective buyer looking in the area. Real estate is a very psychological business, and seeing a working mine on the way home from work every day would cause a buyer to take nearby properties off the list. It is also the largest investment of most people's lives. Why take a chance on a property with a nearby mine that could cause a loss of a beautiful landscape and clean air? I can guarantee that none of the attorneys for Aggregate Industries would ever purchase a property near a location like the Fredstrom mine. In a place like Boulder County, where people come to live for the beauty of the landscape and the clean air and the peace that a rural location can offer, this mine will cause a microburst of real estate depreciation. And if I have any extra time, I would like to give it to Amanda Domingo.
Unfortunately, Ms. Robson, you've used your time, and Ms. Domingo has used all of the allotted time that one person can use on a pool basis. Thank you for your comments. Okay. So, Now, I do not, according to the list that I have, it does not appear that we have any other members of the public who have signed up to speak. Staff, can you confirm that that is correct?
This is Anna Milner, staff. It does not appear that we have any additional people signed up to speak. If there's anyone else on the line via computer that would like to speak, this is your time to please sign in via the chat. Put your name and address there. There's no one joined via phone, so I believe we just have computer attendees now, which means you should be able to add to the chat if you need to submit public comment.
Wonderful. While we're waiting to see if anyone else attempts to sign up, I am in receipt of the letter from Mr. Silvestro dated October 6, 2020, with attached exhibits that was sent by Anna Milner to the Board of Adjustment at 6:49 p.m. tonight. I believe this is a retransmittal of an email that went out earlier today. But just as a housekeeping matter, I would move that we accept Mr. Silvestro's letter dated October 6, 2020 and exhibits into the record for this hearing.
I second.
We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion to accept Mr. Silvestro's letter into the record. Ms. Weavenson?
Eric, there's also an email from another member of the public that falls in the same category. The ask a planner memo. Can we vote on it together?
Yeah, so I'll amend my motion to include also the ask a planner response that was transmitted also at 6:49 p.m. By Ms. Milner to the Board of Adjustment. So we would be moving to, we would be admitting both of those pieces of correspondence into the record.
I second the amendment.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Ms. Weavenson, roll call vote.
Aye.
Eric Moutz, aye. Carrie Stolfus.
Aye.
Scott Rudge.
Scott Rudge, aye.
James Greer.
Aye.
Motion passes. The information in those two pieces of correspondence will be included in the record. I do not see any other speakers signed up, and so with it appears that the public comment portion of the meeting is over. I will allow the staff to make any clarifying statements or rebuttal statements they'd like to make. I'll then allow the applicant to make any closing remarks that they want to make, or the appellant in this case to make any closing remarks they want to make, and allow any final questions from the Board of Adjustment. Mr. Case, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple of comments in terms of the testimony that from the appellant and the public. In using the term passive or administrative activity, we were trying to distinguish between simply complying with the conditions of approval, such as maintaining signs and performing general land management activities, with the actual activities of pre-mining, mining, and reclamation, because those are the activities that the special use permit really contemplates and that we're reviewing, and that those conditions are attached to. The appellant listed out a number of activities that looks like the appellant was very busy on the property, but there are some key facts that they can't overcome. Both the appellant and the state said numerous times that reclamation was done. The appellant cannot, on one hand, present information to the county and the state that the reclamation is complete, and then say that work after those statements constitutes reclamation. These were not random statements. They were consistent statements, and they were made over a number of years, as the attachments show. Let's see if there's other. Yeah, and on their timeline that the appellant showed, if they could count every email and meeting that they had with the county or state or administrative action without actually carrying out activities that are necessary to start mining, then we would never enforce the lapse provision and it would be rendered meaningless. reiterate that. That again, that we considered the work that was done in response to the flood as flood recovery work and flood response, like many property owners did along that corridor, and not related to an activity under the permit. And the fact that the reclamation bond for the Redmond neighbor site was not released until 2018 does not demonstrate that there was activity under the permit. I'm not an expert in state bond process, but my understanding is that a bond will not be released until the applicant's request its release. If the county relied on bond being released to determine the actual groundwork had been done, an applicant could hold on to a bond for decades and the permit would never lapse. This would go against the purposes of the lapse provision. For this reason, we focused on the clear statements from both the state and the appellant that the reclamation of the Redmond neighbor site was complete in 2009. I want to quote the statement again that was made by the appellant itself in a 2011 letter to the state. The entire property has been mined and fully reclaimed as of permit year ended June 7th, 2009, and the site continues to be managed for weeds while revegetated areas become established. Because we were not on site at the time, we have to rely on these statements as well as the statements of the DRMS. I also feel comfortable relying on these statements as reports were created without a dispute in mind, and therefore there's no apparent reason to misstate or manipulate those facts. I think with that said, I'm open to questions. I know that James had the question he wanted me to keep in mind, and it'd be great if he could repeat that, and that Sarah also had a question. So
sure, we'll now entertain any final questions from the board members to Mr. Case.
James Greer, board member, just you touched on it, Mr. Case, and my question that I had posed to the appellant's counsel was along the lines of what weight we give to the statements inside the annual reports by the DRMS. You know, not being a specialist in reading those types of reports, none of us are. You touched on it a moment ago that you thought that was persuasive in your determination. And so that's the nature of my question is, how much weight do we, the board, give to the nomenclature in those annual reports? And I noted that the language was in all three of them, mined and fully reclaimed as of permit year June 7, 2009. So if you could just let us know your opinion on what's the weight, if I can say it like that, that can be given those annual reports.
yeah, I think that they played a significant role in the determination when we looked at those reports in combination with the other information that was submitted that really showed that there was no activity under the permits as far as actual reclamation activities or otherwise over that period. So it really did indicate that, yes, those statements were what the state and what the appellant were saying had happened. So putting that all together, we, that really was a major factor in the determination.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Case?
I apologize for trying to ask my question earlier. I didn't know we'd have another opportunity for questions. So I just wanted to acknowledge what the staff member from the city of Longmont had brought up, the deputy city manager, as far as the flood mitigation, because we saw a lot of paperwork about the flood recovery efforts on the site. And I guess it wasn't clear to me why that would be tied to this lapse of the permit, that why that work could not be done, or if that's what he was implying.
Right, and I don't think it's tied to the permit at all. I don't, again, flood reclamation work has happened across the county. It often has to go through its own land use review process because of the amount of earth that's being moved. So that is something that we look at from the code perspective, from the land use code perspective, as a separate project. Now, if those projects could be worked into a reclamation plan that we would see and say that that's not a substantial modification to a valid mining permit, one that's still in existence, then it might not require as much additional review. But if there isn't a valid mining permit, an active mining permit, it will go through its own review process to be constructed and completed.
So
Did
whatever,
that answer your question?
I guess just to put a pin on it, so whatever Longmont has an agreement with Aggregate about as far as flood recovery, that's completely separate from this permit.
From our code provisions, yes. And the permit, this permit, yes.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Case?
Yes, Eric, this is Scott Rudge, board member. Mr. Case, I'm a little confused about how to distinguish between flood recovery activities and reclamation activities. How do I tell the difference?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think when we looked at it and looked at the statements that were made by the appellants on the inspection reports, the statements that were made by DRMS that reclamation had been completed, that any additional work that was done because of the flood was flood recovery work. So again, I have to look at both those things in tandem to make that determination. But for the flood, reclamation, and there would have been no other activity or no other work done under that permit.
Then why, can you tell me, is your cutoff date 2015 and not today?
So we did not go through in as much detail. We found the 5-year lapse provision had been triggered, and so there is a very good chance that it's longer than 2015. But from 2009 through 2015 was enough to say there was a continuous 5-year period without any activity under the permit. So we didn't go as deep into analyze each and every activity from that point forward.
So the difference in the pictures in the engineering reports between 2015 and 2018, it clearly showed that earth has been moved and activities have continued. Those are irrelevant. Even though I know they're outside of that period, you're not claiming that the period necessarily ends at 2015.
Correct.
Okay. On page 646 of the part 2 of the voluminous packet we received, there's a invoice from Diamond G for the moving of 47 units of on-site fill material using D6 dozers. That's dated April 30th, 2014. Your contention is that that is necessarily not reclamation based on the statements made in 2009.
Made in 2009, 2011, and 2015, yes, that was flood recovery.
But you don't know exactly what that on-site fill material was used for.
I don't at that. Just looking at the receipt, I'd have to go back and reread that section.
Okay.
Any further questions for Mr. Case? Hearing no other questions from Mr. Case, we'll now turn back to Mr. Borgel. On behalf of the appellant, Mr. Borgel, do you have any closing remarks or comments you'd like to make on the public testimony that we've taken over the past hour or so?
Yes, I do. Thanks. Appreciate your time, and I appreciate the patience of everybody here. I think the first thing I would like to do, if I can, is share my screen once more. This is something that I ran through fairly quickly the last time, but this actually quotes from the 2015 DRMS inspection report. And if you go down to the bottom, and you can hear me, right?
You can.
If you go down to the bottom, it says that with respect to repairing the damage from the floods, that the operator has a responsibility to complete all outstanding reclamation work which is described above. And that includes repairing the damage that was done as a result of the flood. And that was because the reclamation work that had already been installed was destroyed by the flood or damaged by the flood. And in order to complete reclamation, we needed to fix that. It'd be just the same if it wasn't a flood, but for some reason the work that we did was defective or it failed. The Bureau is not going to release our bond, and they're not going to say that reclamation is done unless we actually comply with all of the requirements of the permit. A couple of things I would like to talk about a little bit. There was a lot there between public comment, but I think for one thing, you can't separate reclamation from mining. What you get when you start a mine is you get a reclamation permit, and part of that is to perform your reclamation activities. And until you complete your reclamation activities, the mining is not complete. And I think that's something that's inherent in the county's issuance of a permit, because they require that reclamation be done as part of granting the approval for mining. So, for the county now to say, well, mining and reclamation are different things is completely wrong. It's inconsistent with state statute, and it's inconsistent with the permit that we have. There were some comments, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, so I apologize, but there were some comments about, sort of the Eldora case and how, sorry, I heard some talk in the background there. There were some comments about the Eldora case. The Eldora case was similar because there were different things going on under the permit. The permit that we had here is one permit for 3 sites. It was for hygiene, it was for neighbors Redmond, and it was for Fredstrom. And so if anything was going on at any one of those 3 sites at any point in time, the permit is valid. You can't find that the activity had lapsed at that point. All of and I appreciate the concerns of the adjacent landowners, but I mean, this was contemplated to be a 25 to 30 year process. We're at about year 25 right now. They all should have known that this was going to take place. I mean, this is public record. Our special use permit was there, and it was discoverable. And if people had thought to look, they would have found it, and they would have known that there was the possibility that this mine was going to take place next to their house. So the discussions about value and the discussions about surprise are really not correct. And in terms of traffic, I mean, one of the items in the record that we submitted was a traffic report.
Mr. Borgel, I apologize for interrupting you. I'm going to give you one more minute and then turn to board questions. So
I thought I had 10 minutes.
You don't. No, you had 15 minutes for your initial presentation. So we're now.
I was under the understanding that I had 10 minutes to rebut. That's what I was told by staff yesterday.
That is not my understanding. But if that's the agreement you reached with staff, then I will honor that agreement. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, is there any agreement with the appellant regarding the time period for rebuttal statement here? You're muted, so I can't hear you.
Sorry, there. Just trying to get my mouse over to the correct screen. Sorry about that. There is, in the supplemental rules, there are times for the applicant has for rebuttal, and that's what I was trying to pull up because that was what was passed on to the.
Yeah, that's my understanding too, is that in an appeal, we have 10 minutes to rebut.
And I believe that's correct. And
Dale Case, this is Rick Hackett, staff. I do have the rules open. It does say on page 6 that appellant applicants shall be allowed 10 minutes to respond.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I stand corrected. In that case, Mr. Borgel, please proceed.
Thanks, Rick.
You were about a minute and a half into it, so
all right.
Have at it.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll try to run through this quickly. I know it's been a long night for everybody. There was a comment about the Martin Marietta vote not being precedent. It is precedent. it may have been appealed, but in fact, the decision to uphold the Martin Marietta permit was upheld by the district court as well. So at this point in time, that decision stands until a court reverses it. So it is precedent and it is binding on the county. So in that instance, the types of activities that Director Case is looking at as just administrative are some of the types of activities that we've done. With respect to one of the comments that was made, and there's been a discussion about actual kind of construction, moving dirt and that sort of thing. 4604B, which was cited by one of the board members, actually says, it relates to activity prior in the initial 5 years of the permit. And that actually talks about construction. That was pointed out. It actually says if you don't actually start construction during that 5-year period, your permit lapses. The language in 4604 doesn't say that. It just says activity. And the county has consistently interpreted activity to include planning and preparation for mining. It also includes reclamation. And despite what the reports say, it's undisputed based on the documents in the record that actual planning and preparation was undertaken during this entire period. Actual physical activities were taken with respect to reclamation during that entire period, and administrative activities were taken during that period too. And there's nothing in the code, and the code is what we're talking about here. The code says activity, and activities consistently been included or been interpreted to include planning, preparation, and that type of thing. One of the commenters talked about water rights being important and how it's important it is to protect water rights. I mean, one of the items that we pointed to is that we were working on an augmentation plan to make sure that we were protecting water rights as part of our reclamation obligations. If we just quit and didn't do that, again, the county, if they say our permit expired prior to that point in time, the county would have no mechanism to enforce that. And so they need the permit to protect their residents. And the permit, as it was originally approved, anticipated impacts of the mining. So, I mean, the county needs to have the permit in place in order to make sure that the residents are protected. Because if they don't have it, we could do things approved by the director or the division of mining that the county doesn't have anything to say about. With respect to the channel agreement and Longmont, what that contemplated, my understanding is, and it's in the agreement, was that, we would actually sort of as part of our mining operations would create natural mining and reclamation operations would actually create sort of natural channels that would handle the flood through there. That was something that at that point in time, Boulder County was in favor of. That was something that Longmont was in favor of, and we were willing to do it. We would not have done that without that agreement if we didn't intend to go mine the property. As a property owner, there's been a lot of talk about, well, we could have done this or we could have done that without a permit. We would not have done that if we didn't think we had a right to mine at that point in time. And that was integral to that agreement. And that was part of planning and preparing for mining during that period of time. Let's see, flood recovery. The director said flood recovery doesn't equal permit activity. The language that I have up on the screen here, which I pointed out, it directly contradicts that. The Division of Mining directly says we have a responsibility to complete reclamation work, which is repairing flood damage. So for the county to say that that's not part of the permit and that's not part of reclamation, again, is just wrong. I mean, that's not how it works. Let me just check my notes here. In terms of the bond not being released until requested, I mean, in one of the reports that we submitted in 2011, which was shortly before, I guess 2 years, year and a half before, one of the DRMS reports, said that they weren't prepared to release the bond at that point in time. So, clearly at that point in time, reclamation was not complete. It was not complete at the time of the flood. And the work that we had to do to complete or repair the flood damage was activity pursuant to our reclamation permits. So, there was a comment by the director that talked about, the mining permit not being in effect when he was talking about kind of administrative versus actual activities. Well, the mining permit is the reclamation permit. It was in effect throughout this period. And so, we can parse words and we can sort of talk about, what it may have looked like to somebody that wasn't really looking at the site closely. But in reality, there was a lot of work going on at this site throughout that period. And that work legally includes things other than moving dirt around. And the work was substantial. So, I think in light of the language of your code, and I think that in light of the precedent here, both with Martin Marietta and with some of the prior cases with Cemex, I guess it was, in terms of interpreting what activity means, for the county now to say that, well, we saw a couple of references and a couple of documents that said this certain activity might have been complete, and to just take that without reference to the substantial amount of information that we've submitted, I think is wrong, and is really going to be kind of setting up the county for difficulties with us and difficulties in the future, because it's a very bad precedent. So with that, I recognize that it is time for me to move on. And I appreciate everybody's time and consideration.
Mr. Borgel, I appreciate your graciousness with respect to my attempt to interrupt you earlier, and I apologize that I had a misunderstanding of what the rules were with respect to the amount of time allotted to you. We do still have time for any board members who want to ask any questions of the appellant's counsel to ask them. So with that, I'll open the floor to the board. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Borgel?
I do, Scott Rudge, board member. Mr. Borgel, I'll direct you to page 647 of 1113 of part 2 of the board packet. A letter dated June 12, 2014 from Aggregate Industries and signed by Connie Davis. I don't know if you're able to get that in front of you quickly.
I'm sorry, could you give me that page number again?
647.
647?
And this is a letter to the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. In this letter, in the final paragraph, this is concerning the flood damage of September 2013 and a report on the flood damage. In the last paragraph, Aggregate Industries says Aggregate Industries AI mined and reclaimed the site under sand and gravel mining lease with landowner Golden Farm Ltd. AI and Golden have discussed post-flood restoration options and responsibilities, and to date have been unable to come to a mutually agreeable resolution. That doesn't sound to me like activities intended to maintain a permit. Can you comment on that?
Well, it gets back to, I'm not muted, am I? Yeah, it gets back to kind of the point that I was making before, which is reclamation is a term of art. It's part of the mining permit. It's part of our obligations under the permit and under the mining permit and under the Boulder County permit. And the reclamation isn't done until all of the prescribed conditions in the mining permit are complete. And at that point in time, I mean, what people were really trying to say is, yeah, we did it. I mean, we did most of the work. We moved the dirt around. We did the plantings.
I think all of the work is the claim that was being made, not most of the work.
Well, but this letter, if I'm at the right point, this letter is in 2016, right?
2014.
Is it 2014? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong letter then.
So I want to touch on another thing that you said just now in your rebuttal, that if you were to have to go back and repair defective reclamation activities, you were implying that would constitute preservation of the special use permit. Is that your claim, that if you had actually reclaimed defectively, and had to go back into the site and repair defective work, that would serve to preserve the special use permit?
Well, absolutely, depending on the timing, for sure. If the permit is still effective, if we still have a valid and effective reclamation and mining permit, absolutely. If it just failed.
So if the site had been abandoned, and you left behind shoddy work and had to go back in at 4 years and 364 days to fix something that you did inappropriately or poorly, that would serve to maintain that special use permit.
That is the whole concept of having a bond associated with issuance of a mining and reclamation permit. Yes, absolutely.
In 5 years and
until
one
you're
day.
until you're done, you're done. You're not done.
But that would then that would, as Mr. Case has said and others, that would serve to perpetually keep in place all such permits, because we don't know whether the reclamation work is a latent defect. We don't know if it's going to fail in the future. You don't know if the work's not done or not until it fails.
Well, I mean, I may be not following your line of questioning very well, but if in 2018, I don't recall the exact date, but if in 2018 we had recovered our bond back and the mining permit had been released and the damage had occurred after that point in time, say it failed at that point, all of the plantings died or the slopes failed or whatever, that would not count. I mean, that is not reclamation, because it's reclamation up until the point that the Division of Mining says it's done and releases your bond. But yeah, if it happened the day before they did that, we'd still be on the hook and we'd have to do it. And again, I keep saying this, the county would want us to do that. You would not want us to walk away from that. I mean, that's why you have reclamation included as part of these permits.
I don't have any more questions. Thanks.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Borgel? Hearing no other questions, I will close the public hearing and we will proceed to board discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Would any of the board members like to comment on this appeal?
Eric, this is Scott Rudge, board member. I'd like to ask a procedural or rules question first, possibly for Larry. Regardless of which way we cast a motion now, it's true that it will require a 4-to-1 vote of the board to overturn the director's determination. Is that the case?
That is my understanding, but we'll.
So whether there's a motion to uphold the director's determination or a determination to grant the appeal, we have to go 4-to-1 against the director in order to reverse.
Mr. Hoyt, would you like to weigh in? We can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself.
That is correct. Yes, the board needs to act with 4 votes, and to grant the appeal would require a minimum 4 votes to do that.
So, in other words, if the motion were to uphold the director, and it was 3-2 to uphold the director would still be upheld. It would have to be 1-4 against the director in order for that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'll jump in here and see if we can get the ball rolling. This is obviously very similar to the Martin Marietta case we considered a couple of years ago. In that case, I voted, against Mr. Case and Martin Marietta's interpretation of Land Use Code 4-604. there's nothing I've seen which has caused me to conclude that my reasoning with respect to that decision was incorrect, and based upon what I take to be the correct and narrow definition of activities within the meaning of Land Use Code 4604, that alone would compel me to vote to uphold Mr. Case's decision, although not necessarily on the basis that he made it. I had also, in looking at this situation, there's been a lot of talk about precedent, and I'd note that in the trial court case involving Martin Marietta, the trial court's decision, and this is probably more of interest to Mr. Greer than the non-lawyers here, but the trial court's decision was largely based on deference to Mr. Case's reasonable interpretation of the definition of activity. We, as the Board of Adjustment, are not required to defer to Mr. Case in the same way, and so our conclusions may differ from the trial court, and because we have a broader a charge with respect to the scope of our review under Land Use Code 1202 A1. And so I don't view that decision by the trial court as binding precedent. I also, I understand that the Board of Adjustment didn't vote to overturn Mr. Case in that Martin Marietta case, but I'm not one to believe that because something was wrongly decided once, we should continue to wrongly decide it. And so to the extent the Martin Marietta case is supposedly precedent, which compels us to vote in favor of appellant's position, I just don't buy that, and I don't give that decision dispositive weight here. I'd also note that regardless of the standard, even if we accept that the Martin Marietta case has been properly decided by the Board of Adjustment in district court, there's still ample room for Mr. Case to make a reasonable determination that the activities at issue in this case don't rise to the level of activities under the permit to sustain the permit under Land Use Code 4 section 4604. Again, I said something similar a couple of years ago. Weeding and groundwater monitoring and killing prairie dogs, these are regular land use maintenance activities. They're not activities under a permit. They don't prevent the lapse of a permit. And just out of respect for everybody, because it's late and we've been here a long time, I'll say that one of the things that we're supposed to look at in interpreting the land use code and what constitutes an activity is the overall goals of the land use code. In section 4.1202, there are a couple of non-exclusive factors that are set out that we're supposed to consider in an appeal. The final one of which is the effect of the interpretation on the intent of the code and the implementation of the comprehensive plan and any applicable intergovernmental agreement affecting land use or development. Because this is a non-exclusive factor, I view this factor as requiring me to consider whether adopting the appellant's position would serve the underlying purposes of the land use code, including the purpose of the code to protect the local environment and the health, safety, and welfare of the public. I am concerned that adopting the appellant's view of the land use code or their view of how it should be applied in this situation would not serve the health, safety, or welfare of the public. It's going to create more opportunity for intensive industrial mining in Boulder County, which is, frankly, not consistent with the wishes of the folks who live around the mine, which is unsurprising. But I would also guess not consistent with current Boulder County public policy. And my suspicion is that if this mining company had to apply for a new permit, they wouldn't get it, or it would be significantly restricted. And I think that's ultimately the purpose of the lapse provision in Land Use Code 4604, is to make sure that permits don't live on in perpetuity, that if someone is not working on a piece of property actively in mining or doing whatever they've been permitted to do, that the permit lapses so that it can be reconsidered in the future under current standards. And I think that's what needs to happen here. So I will be voting in favor of upholding Mr. Case's determination that the special use permits here issued here have lapsed.
If I can,
that was a mouthful. So next up,
speak briefly. I can distinguish what we did, or I guess what I did in the Martin Marietta decision, along with Scott, where my findings in that holding were that the permit holder's activities did constitute such a degree of significance or frequency. The sum total on that one did pass, I think, the test of ongoing reclamation. And that was my specific factual finding, that there was activity that constituted reclamation. And so we look here at our task as it was aggregate scope of tasks, in this instance, actual reclamation. And from my reading, no. And so I will join and move to uphold the director's decision, and allow me to state a couple of things more particularly. You know, the director's testimony that that he used a liberal lens, my words, not his, in interpreting the activity. I was persuaded by that, and persuaded by the director's factual finding that the mine and the permit lapsed when he looked at the activity in the best light favorable to the appellant. Those DRMS reports, from my perspective, do establish that no mining activities occurred from 2009 to 2015. And while we've seen that there appeared to be some land management activities, those tasks don't meet, in my view, the burden that they would constitute mining activities under the statute. And I don't find that there was mining or reclamation during 2009 to 2015. I'm not persuaded that the appellant made a showing of active or meritorious planning for mining, actual mining, or reclamation. A comment on the flood damage, for my purposes, fixing reclamation is different than performing reclamation. Fixing it doesn't open up and reopen the lapse statute, in my view. And so I believe that the director did properly apply the lapse statute. And I think we have competent factual evidence in front of us to uphold the director's ruling. Thank you.
So as the other dissenting vote in the Marietta case, I feel compelled to at least give a short comment as well. I agree with everything that James just said. I thought that our finding was that there was sufficient physical activity to be considered reclamation under that case, in that case history. The permit clearly says not mining, but mining and reclamation. And reclamation has to be considered part of the special use under all these permits. But I am troubled by the distinction between reclamation and restoration. I think the test should be simple. Was there physical activity on the site? The 2013 flood is definitely an extenuating circumstance that would make it difficult for anybody to judge whether a particular activity was restoration or reclamation after that particular date. How do you decide? I'm going to rely on Aggregate's memo of June 2014 after the flood, in a discussion of flood restoration, that their claim was that the site had been reclaimed at that time. So after the flood, after the event, and after that they delivered 47 units of something with a dozer, which to me would be a simple black and white, was there physical activity and movement of dirt and so forth. After that time, they still held forth that the site had already been reclaimed. And so I'm going to consider the reclamation to have been completed by that date. I find that the DRMS reports between 2015 and 2018 do discuss additional reclamation, and that the 2015 date is important because there is additional reclamation following 2015, according to those reports. But in the time period 2009 2015, which is enough time for this special use permit to have lapsed. It seems to me that there was no activity of mining or reclamation. I also think would be a dangerous precedent for us to consider the emails and the permitting and things like that. That would be a gross expansion on the Marietta decision, and so I'm very reluctant to consider any of that as special use or activity under the special use permit. So I'll be voting to uphold Mr. Case.
I'll chime in that, this was a very large packet with lots of information. I hope we don't have 1,000-page plus packets too often. And what happens with that is it ends up feeling like a lot of noise that, we're thinking about mice and flood recovery and all kinds of other issues that end up at least putting me in a mood to be actually more strict about the interpretation. So, I also differed slightly from staff's interpretation, but I was compelled by staff's case that several of the appellant's arguments would render the lapse provision meaningless if we applied them. And also that the intent, I agree with my fellow board members, that the intent of the lapse provision is to have the proposed special use permit be reconsidered under current comprehensive plan goals and community goals if a sufficient time has passed without the mining taking place. So I think the applicant may reapply and go through that process if they wish. But I also would move to uphold staff's decision in this case.
Is there any further discussion, or do you want to move to a vote? Hearing no other comments, I will make the motion. I hereby move the Board of Adjustment affirm Director Dale Case's determination that special use permit 94-0022, special use permit 94-0023, and special use permit 94-0024 have lapsed due to inactivity.
Second the motion. Scott Rudge.
We have a motion which has been seconded. We will now take a roll call vote. James Greer.
Aye.
Scott Rudge.
Aye.
Sarah Weavenson.
Aye.
Carrie Stolpitz.
Aye.
Eric Mouts, aye. Director Case's determination is affirmed. I appreciate the patience of everybody in working through this very complicated and lengthy matter. If it pleases the board, I'd like to take a 5-minute break before we turn to our final docket matter for the evening. Any objections, concerns? No? Okay, wonderful.
No objection.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Case. We are off the record at 7:48 and we will return at 7:52. We are back on the record for the October 7th, 2020 meeting of the Boulder County Board of Adjustment. The last item on our docket tonight is docket AP-20-002, appeal of floodplain development permit FDP-20-018. I will turn this matter over to the staff.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Hopefully. Right. I am Kelly Watson, the floodplain program planner in the Community Planning and Permitting Department. And this is appeal AP 20-0002, an appeal of the county engineer's determination to issue floodplain development permit 20-018. So the floodplain development permit was issued to the Public Works Department on July 13th, permitting intersection safety improvements, including road widening. at the intersection of Isabel Road and Highway 287 with the purpose of improving traffic safety at the intersection. And within 30 days after the permit was issued, Allen Taylor Consulting, on behalf of Isabel Estates, a property owner adjacent to the road project, submitted an appeal of the decision to issue the permit in accordance with Article 4-408 of the Land Use Code. And the appellant makes many different arguments in their appeal, but their primary argument is that the project does not include a culvert under Isabel Road that they believe will reduce flood hazards on their property. So the staff recommendation goes through each of the appellant's arguments, and I'm happy to go through those if the board would like, but for now I will focus on the review criteria for floodplain appeals, which are found in Article 4-408. So first, the meaning of the provision being appealed. As I mentioned, the appellant's main argument concerns recommendations from a watershed master plan for a culvert. And Article 404.2 D12 of the Land Use Code does require that the alignment of the proposed development with watershed master plans be considered when reviewing individual FDPs. So this is certainly a valid factor to be considered. However, watershed master plans focus on recommendations for flood mitigation, and not all projects are flood mitigation projects. So getting to number 2 here, evidence as to past interpretation of the provision. Most projects we permit must simply demonstrate no adverse impact to the floodplain without necessarily mitigating flood hazards according to recommendations from a watershed master plan. So the principles of interpretation state that the provisions of this code shall be regarded as the minimum requirements for protection of public health, safety, and general welfare. And this project meets those requirements by improving traffic safety while not increasing flood hazards. And just to briefly demonstrate the effect of the project on flood hazards, I have a couple maps here of the project area. Isabel Road running east-west and 287 running north-south, and the currently effective Bullhead Gulch 100-year floodplain in the light blue. And the appellant's property in red would be inundated during a 100-year flood event. When the map is updated to reflect, reflect first the existing conditions and the proposed conditions as a result of the road project, we see that the 100-year flood would still mostly inundate the appellant's property. Also, the existing and proposed conditions, which are essentially the same in this second map, show that the elevation of the water during the 100-year flood, which is called the base flood elevation, stays the same or decreases throughout the project area, except at one cross section on just the north side of the road where the road is being widened. And that increase does not affect any surrounding properties or structures. So that meets the requirements of the Land Use Code because there is no adverse impact to the floodplain or base flood elevations between existing and proposed conditions. So a similar logic applies to the remaining applicable criteria for numbers 6 and 7 here. Based on the comparison between existing and proposed conditions, there will be no increase in danger to life and property, nor in the susceptibility of the road to flood damage as a result of the project. Continuing on, number 8, the roads. These roads are important transportation corridors. So it is important to improve traffic safety while not increasing flood risk. Similarly, for number 11, given the expected increase in traffic on these roads, improving traffic safety is an important objective for this project. And then finally, emergency vehicle access, base flood elevations, velocity, flood duration, and the costs of providing government services during a flood will not be negatively impacted by the project. Therefore, on the whole, the project meets the requirements and purposes of the county's floodplain regulations found in Article 400. And staff recommends that the Board of Adjustment uphold the county engineer's determination to issue floodplain development permit 20-018. And I will keep it there for now, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. Are there any questions for staff? Ms. Weavenson?
Yeah, thank you. Board Member Sarah Weavenson. Just a few clarifications, if you don't mind. The appellant had mentioned something, or actually, I guess maybe I saw in the code, but there is a requirement for public notification after the permit is issued, but what were the requirements for notification prior or during the permit review?
So with any permit that we issue for development in the floodway, we are required to send adjacent property owner postcards or notification. And so those were sent after the permit was issued. There was not a requirement to notify property owners before the permit was issued. There are certain floodplain development permits that require that, but it did not apply to this one.
Okay, thank you. And then, let's see, you talk about that the flood level is raised in a certain area, but doesn't have any adverse impact on the adjacent properties. Were there any efforts in the design to try to make the safety improvements without making any increases to the base flood elevation?
So because the road is being widened, you know, as the road level goes up, the water elevation goes up at that one cross section where the actual ground elevation is increasing, and so that's the one location where base flood elevations go up, and it would have been difficult to do the project and widen the road to improve safety without that happening. However, I believe the applicants for public works did consider alternatives, but it's difficult to widen the road without increasing water surface elevations.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. The report mentions an upcoming Mile High Flood District study that could result in the types of mitigation sought by the appellant. Was there any kind of urgency for proceeding with the permit for this project in advance of the completion of that work?
So the funding for this project, I believe, is through federal grant money and state money from the Federal Highway Administration. And so that was determining the timeline for this project. Whereas the Mile High Flood District remapping of Bullhead Gulch, you know, is proceeding on a separate timeline. And they are currently working on it and expecting to have data to share in the next year or 2 years.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Are there any other questions for staff?
Yes, this is Scott Rudge, board member. I want to follow up on Sarah's second question. I understand that if you widen and raise the highway, you're going to necessarily raise the water level in a flood. But that in of itself is not like the end of the story, right? You could, in fact, install more drainage to reduce that water level, could you not?
So it's potentially possible, but because this floodplain is sort of there's not a defined channel in this area actually. part of the reason Mile High Flood District is restudying this area is to better define that and make recommendations on how to mitigate flood hazards based on that. So if we, just installing a culvert wouldn't necessarily solve all of the flood hazard problems in this area. There might be, and actually the original master plan that recommended the culvert also recommended sort of extensive channelization in this area and, things beyond the scope of the traffic safety project. And so that's why the flood mitigation aspect is considered outside the scope of the what was permitted in this project.
But isn't a rise in the base flood elevation an adverse impact period? I mean, there's nothing in the code that says it has to affect an existing building. And in fact, it says affecting land use or development, which could be most anything done on that property.
So the rise is located within the county right of way, and as opposed to—
It doesn't say anything about right of way either. It doesn't say that, and the applicant, as far as I can tell, hasn't said anything about personal losses or danger. He seems to be speaking for the community.
So sure, and while there is a rise at one cross section, throughout the rest of the project area, base flood elevations are decreasing, and so ultimately, in terms of the county, but also in terms of FEMA, we are allowed to permit rises that do not, as long as they do not impact insurable structures. So that's at least the minimum requirement that we are required to consider when permitting projects.
So you're saying that you can have a rise somewhere if it's offset elsewhere?
It doesn't necessarily have to be offset. It's just that sometimes, even in a flood mitigation project, there might be rises at certain locations.
Okay. I'm still somewhat dissatisfied. The way I read and understand this, it's when you do a project, whether it's traffic safety or dam building or whatever it is, you have to leave the floodplain the same or better than it was before. And if there's a cross section that shows a difference in adverse impact, then I think it's you have to really convince me that it's not incumbent on the government to remediate that adverse impact in some way. And whether it's the applicant's preferred way or not, that's irrelevant. But if it's not the same or better, it doesn't appear to me to meet the intent of the code.
Right, and so there can be a rise without necessarily an increase in overall flood hazard. So, a half a foot rise at one cross section where the rest of the project area is showing decreases or staying the same. Overall, the applicant for the project, the engineers have certified that the flood hazards are not increasing as a result of this project.
I'm done, Eric.
Can you,
Are there any other-
I'm sort of amending.
Go ahead.
Well, could you put that map up again so we could see? Oh, can you hear me? It says my internet is unstable. You pointed on the map to where the rise would occur. It would help just to see how far away from the appellant's property that is again.
Sure, so I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but it's just on this north side of the road, the downstream edge of the road. Is where that 0.48 foot rise is happening. That answers your question.
Okay. So how far a distance is that from their property? Is that just scale wise? It's a little hard to tell where that rise would occur.
Yeah, there's a scale bar down here that I can't totally read, but I can get that answer for you.
Yeah,
I mean, their property borders the southern portion of the road, but slightly to the west of it.
But I thought you were saying the rise actually occurs more in kind of like that shaded area where that, right, starting there at the blue line.
Right, so, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just trying to.
Yeah, so the blue line here is the proposed 100-year floodplain. And the black lines are the cross sections where the base flood elevation is evaluated. And so they've added cross sections to show how the project will impact base flood elevations at various parts of the road. And the one rise is on the northern edge of the road.
Okay, which looks to be a fair distance from the appellant's property.
Correct.
Thank you.
Carrie Stoltzfus here. I just wanted to follow up. Let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. Basically, it sounds like we've got a dangerous intersection, and yes, it would be nice if there was more FEMA money and more studies and more understanding and money to do like a wonderful mitigation project. But for right now, there's a safety issue at that intersection that you guys are trying to mitigate with the least, negative impact possible.
Correct.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, seeing no further questions, we will turn the floor over to the appellant, who will have 15 minutes to make their case.
Hello there. This is Alan Taylor. I'm looking to see if my camera is working. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing. Oh, start video. Here you go. Hello, my name's Alan Taylor. I'm with Alan Taylor Consulting. Sorry, I'm new to doing a lot of the online stuff. I do have a presentation. Michaela Rivera is also with me this evening to offer some comments. So I was going to start the presentation and she's going to finish it. And we will do our best to stay right to time. So with that, I would need to share my screen in order to start the presentation. And let's see. We'll go right. Are you seeing anything? I'm not seeing anything on this thing.
We are seeing it.
Okay. So this is the appeal of the floodplain development permit for the improvements at Isabel Road. First off, the permit must meet all standards that was issued, and that is laid out at the front end of the overlay district for floodplain. And it does require that communities meet all national and Colorado state regulations, as well as Boulder counties. And so a road improvement is not exempt from meeting all floodplain standards, including mitigation. The road is construction, development, and a structure according to the regulations. There are other rules, plans, regulations cited in the code that do apply. They include the Boulder County Multimodal Transportation Standards, Boulder County Comprehensive Plan, and the Boulder County Storm Drainage Criteria Manual. Floodplain location for Isabel Road, as you can see, you've seen this map just a few minutes ago, but the regulatory floodway and floodplain is fully encroached by the proposed improvement as it goes over the highway. Floodway, floodplain. There is no drainageway crossing existing here, and flood mitigation has never been provided at this point. The proposed road is a substantial improvement, and substantial improvements must satisfy new construction standards. And in this case, culvert installation is necessary to meet the floodplain regulations, and a culvert could also offer other transportation benefits. The flood risk exists and is increasing. Bullhead Gulch overtops the road in the flood and floodway. Neither road has flood mitigation, along with 287. No defined channel between US 287 and the Laner Cottonwood Ditch exists today, which has been obliterated by farming over the years and the fact that the ditch was installed. Upstream development has not been mitigated and it increases flood risks in this area. The 100-year peak flooding at Isabel is 2,800 CFS, and similar to other risks in the county, 4 Mile Canyon Creek in Boulder, Left Hand Creek at US 36, Goose Creek, Rock Creek, and Wonderland Creek. They have the same flow rates. Upstream growth is rapidly increasing. You've seen extensive development in Louisville and Lafayette since the 1990s. This is kind of the encroachment line of development into the basin along Bullhead Gulch, excuse me. Increases stormwater and flood runoff from impervious roadway and building construction continues to get stronger in the channel and moving more flow. Bullhead Gulch has been improved upstream without any downstream mitigation, and typically drainage ways are improved from the downstream up in order to be able to carry the increased flows that reach the drainage way. In this particular case, yes, an individual permit is required. That has been, the process has gone through for that. And FEMA and CW standards apply here, but are not met because the county actually allowed for the 0.48 foot increase, which is not really permissible under the other standards. Road development is not an allowed use in the floodway according to the standards, but a culvert is. Flood protection measures also show that the roadway improvement should not be allowed. New floodplain construction is prohibited in the floodway. So really, in order to do the project, floodway mitigation is required. This is a non-conforming development, and that's not permitted. Isabel Road is non-conforming. It's a development of structure. They cannot be expanded in the floodway, and flood mitigation is required to allow an expanded roadway. So here's the low point on Isabel Road, and this is basically the Bullhead Gulch floodway passing over the roadway. So here's that old Boulder County map. So here's Isabel Road. It's been there since the 1800s. It has no culvert or bridge. It was constructed prior to floodplain regulations, so it's non-conforming, and it could not be developed today without flood mitigation to eliminate the floodway. Also, transportation flood standards must be satisfied. Isabel is a minor arterial, and it has all these regulations to conform with. So since the project is a substantial expansion, you see that here's the existing condition, and here is the proposed improvements layout plan. It virtually doubles the width of Isabel Road throughout this reach. So all safety elements, including flood risk mitigation, need to be incorporated into a new construction expansion of a major transportation facility. So proposed 100-year flood overtopping exceeds allowed depth at the proposed road crown. Under street classifications in the storm drainage criteria manual, the maximum overflow for a minor arterial is 0.25 feet or 3 inches. So under this case, this is a cross section taken from the existing floodplain study. This is the new roadway. That's how the crown looks if you stretched it out over a long distance. At this point, we have up to 2.6 feet overtopping the roadway, which is far greater than 0.25 feet. It renders the road impassable during flooding, and actually floodwaters greater than 18 inches have the potential to float an automobile off the road. So the culvert, again, is really a required element in order to move forward with this project. And we have an outfall systems planning study, Bullhead Gulch Watershed Master Plan, completed in 1992. And this plan calls for, yes, a culvert. And here is this drainage way discussion coming down and also having an overflow structure to collect it from the Laner Cottonwood Ditch. So what the plan calls for is a 10-foot wide, or 10-foot high by 25-foot wide culvert. And then the drainage way is supposed to be 110 feet wide. That could also function as an underpass for multimodal transportation if installed. So here's the layout of how the master plan and the road improvement and the floodway go together. Existing, proposed, floodplain and floodway overtopping the whole thing, and then there's a master planning element right in the middle of it. So here's back to the criteria review that you saw earlier in Kelly's presentation. I'm just going to go through points that I would refocus on as she responded to those. So the appeal focuses on expansion of a non-conforming development and use in violation of 4400. It needs to satisfy all minimum standards that demonstrates no adverse floodplain floodway impact. And it says minimum standards apply to all aspects of the project, not only transportation. US 287 Isabel project outlines multiple objectives beyond safety, including improved traffic operations and reduced congestion, increasing mobility for all users, widening Isabel Road, adding street lighting, adding on-street bike lanes, and creating wetlands for mitigation and improved habitat at a cost of around $4 million overall. And the comprehensive plan calls for implementing flood mitigation. Also, overtopping of Isabel could sweep vehicles off the road. So the safety aspect is still a problem. Overtopping can lead to road failure, which is, you've seen that a lot in Boulder County over the years, and it exposes a greater flood risk. Substantially expanded road increases damage potential above existing conditions. A larger roadway fails, it's going to be more damage. It's a minor arterial, offers critical and emergency transportation access, and that requires a design to function in a flooding event. The roadway is a barrier that creates flood ponding upstream of the roadway. Implementation of the master plan alternative and constructing the culvert eliminates floodway overtopping of the minor arterial, and expanding the roadway for increased transportation use is not compatible with development in a floodway. The road is overtopped by flooding and access is not safe during flooding. Maintaining the 2.5 foot depth of flooding overtopping and increasing flood velocities over the road increases flood risk. There will be increased governmental costs associated with the proposed road expansion. The substantial road development violates the purposes of Article 400 by expanding the nonconformity and failing to require flood protection measures. And some comments about that. It is imprudent to develop the road before updating an outdated floodplain study that could identify necessary changes. Delaying flood mitigation in the future lacks foresight and would require increased costs to recut the road, result in unrecoverable expenses from rebuilding the road, and require significant disruptions in transportation to build it, and continued non-implementation of flood mitigation, like the construction of US 287, is really unacceptable, since it never occurred along 287 either. So a summary of that satisfies these conditions that we went through, and I would turn it over to Michaela to finish up. Can we turn it over to Michaela? Is she out there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my video to start. Hi, good evening. I'm Michaela Rivera. I'm counsel for Isabella Estates. I'm trying to share my screen, but Alan, maybe you could turn your screen sharing off.
Yeah, I want to see if how do I get back to this? I don't know why the other screen is not going here. To get you back there.
Hey, can you all see that? Yes, okay, great. So I just want to summarize the appeal review criteria and kind of track what was how this presentation was started by staff. And as you know, the appeal criteria are in section 408 of the code, and a number of these criteria were covered by staff, but I just want to highlight the few that I think are not met here in this review. And that, starting with number one, the technical meaning of the provision being appealed. The county engineer has issued a permit here for road expansion and improvements in a floodway. Article 4-404C1 lists all the uses for which a permit can be issued in a floodway. And interestingly enough, road and road improvements are not an allowed use under floodway development permits. Culverts and bridges are allowed, but roads are not. Thus, the standards that the engineer is using in 4.02, you don't even get to that analysis. She wouldn't even get to that analysis because this is not just the road improvements alone are not an allowed use. Additionally, as Mr. Taylor went through, this road is non-conforming. It could not be built in this position today. Thus, we believe that the non-conforming, the provisions related to non-conforming structures and uses in the FO district should be applicable. And generally what they say is that a non-conforming building or structure can continue to exist, but it can't be expanded by the addition of square feet, footage, or additional space. Non-conforming uses similarly may continue to exist, but they are still subject to the requirements of section 413 and 4-1003. I just discussed 413, which says that the uses can exist, but they can't be expanded. Similarly, under 41003, there is allowed under subsection B, you can do normal routine maintenance and repair on the roadway, but it does not allow enlargement or alteration of the roadway, which is what the county engineer is proposing to do here. And an enlargement of the roadway under subsection C would terminate the right to continue the non-conforming use. Item number 3, under the standards of review that this board is obligated to consider, the principles of interpretation of Article 1. Article 1 does set forth in 1-300 the purposes of the code. And one of these purposes, there are a number here, but the one that I've highlighted for discussion is that the administration of this code shall be in accordance with and shall serve to implement the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, and additionally, the master plan. And as Mr. Taylor went through, the master plan contemplates much needed flood mitigation in this area. It is a very dangerous area, and allowing these road improvements to continue without such mitigation is inconsistent with the plans for this area. Item number 4 on the appeal criteria is the intent of the code. The flood overlay district provides that the intent of this provision of section 400 is to avoid increasing flood levels, minimize public and private losses due to flooding, and to reduce the need for expenditures of public money for flood control projects. Enlarging this road at this time will result in an increase in cost to do the flood mitigation later. This project will make flood mitigation more expensive. Thus, it is directly contrary to the intent and purpose of the code. I'm summarizing items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12 here because these are all related to the dangers that are created in this area. There are dangers, the criteria is dangers that the danger that materials may be swept onto the lands and cause injury of others, danger to life and property, the susceptibility to flood damage, and the safety and access to the property. All of the conditions described by Mr. Taylor in terms of the worsening flood conditions in this area due to upstream development highlight that this criteria cannot be met here. And given these considerations, there is no basis to issue the permit for a use that is not allowed in the floodway. Additionally, item number 11 talks about compatibility with proposed development. The county's master plan itself proposes flood mitigation in this area. Development of the road is inconsistent with that flood mitigation that's proposed. And I will just sum up by saying this, that numerous criteria for the review of this permit cannot be satisfied. There hasn't been any competent evidence that the permit satisfies the code requirements because it was issued for a use for which a floodway permit is not allowed. Thus, it would exceed the jurisdiction of this board to uphold the permit that's been issued. So this appeal should be granted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the appellant? Okay. Hearing no questions from the board for the appellant, we'll next call for public testimony. According to the records I've been provided by staff, no one has signed up to speak with respect to this docket number. Can staff confirm that we don't have any members of the public that intend to speak?
This is Anna Milner, staff, confirming that I'm not aware of any members of the public that would like to speak this evening. If there is anyone, please post your name and address in the chat box. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll now allow the staff to provide their rebuttal or clarifying statements.
Sure, there are a couple things I'll respond to. The first off, I wanted to mention that the appellant mentioned that CWCB and FEMA standards were not met, but in fact FEMA did review the methodology that was used for creating the hydraulic model as part of the project. So they are well aware of the project and approved the model that was ultimately approved by the county. I also wanted to say that roadways are not a use that is prohibited in the floodway. So Article 404 has a section for uses prohibited in the floodway and uses allowed in the floodway, and roadways are not prohibited in the floodway, and obviously the road is there. And so being able to provide traffic safety improvements for an existing road, again, without causing increases in flood hazards, is an important project for the county. And then I also wanted to mention that they called the project a substantial improvement. However, according to the FEMA and the National Flood Insurance Program, substantial improvement is very specific to buildings, and the road is actually, it's not a building, it's not a structure as defined under the land use code. So that would not apply. I think that's all I have to say right now.
We'll now give the appellant a chance to rebut staff comments, and then we will open the floor to the board members for any final questions they may have to staff or to the appellant.
Well, this is Alan Taylor again. I would make a few comments. The issue of the standards by FEMA and Colorado Water Conservation Board. The overtopping of the roadway causes an increase of 0.48 feet across the floodplain and floodway. The FEMA standards, or the standards at the preamble of the section, calls out that zero rise is allowed in a floodway and up to a half a foot across the floodplain. But this is predominantly floodway that the project encroaches. Other things are, FEMA does consider a roadway a development, and a development cannot be expanded. The development is a physical structure that has substance and is built in a fashion to keep it maintained and in existence. Other issues are the floodplain analysis, as was done, was a simple analysis done within a model that has critical problems in this particular area, that has multiple artificial encroachments built into the floodplain model. So it doesn't really provide an accurate depiction of that floodplain. And Michaela, you have some comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I would just like to address the comment about uses that are expressly prohibited in the code versus uses for which a permit may be issued. There's two categories of uses under section 4-404. Subsection B lists a number of uses prohibited. And while a road is not listed as a prohibited use, the next section goes on to list the uses that are actually allowed for which a permit can be issued, and a road is not listed there. So that is the criteria, which is subsection C, which has to be used by the county in issuing a permit. There simply is no provision in the code for allowing a permit for a road to be built in a floodway, absent a culvert or a bridge or something else that's part of that roadway construction, just a road in and of itself is not allowed under the items listed as allowable uses for which a permit can be issued under subsection C.
Thank you. Anything further from the appellant? Okay. Does anyone on the Board of Adjustment have any questions either for staff or for the appellant? Well, I have one question for staff, Ms. Watson, and that concerns the appellant's argument that section 4404 doesn't allow or doesn't contemplate that a permit can be issued for a roadway located in a floodplain. Looking at the structure of 4-404, it's certainly the case that subsection B prohibits some uses outright, and that subsection C allows certain other uses in a floodway subject to certain conditions. What is your position on uses which are not enumerated in B or C, such as, for example, roadways?
Right. So there's obviously a roadway there, and the ability to be able to improve safety in that roadway is important. And I'm actually going to ask Erica Rogers.
I think most of the board members, understand and would probably agree that, we're in favor of improving safety on the roadway. And I don't challenge that. And all things being equal, I'm going to, be supportive of that. I want to understand how 404B and C work with respect to a use that's not enumerated. Is it your position that there's some kind of catch-all authority for issuing a permit, or are B and C the exclusive ways in which a permit's supposed to issue in a floodplain? And you could ask someone else to chime in if you want to. I just want to try to figure out how the statute's structured and what the staff view of it is.
Yeah, this is Erica Rogers, Assistant County Attorney. And the way that I would look at these provisions is when, in this case, we're looking at a road repair project. We're not looking at the new construction of a road. So I don't believe that that was necessarily contemplated in these two different uses. But when I am looking at C, the uses allowed, I do see uses accessory to residential uses, including but not limited to a variety of things. I see industrial, commercial uses, loading areas, railroad rights of way. So even though repairing a road isn't specifically spelled out here, I think that it could fall under subsection C.
So Ms. Rogers, let me put a finer point on it. If a use isn't identified in B or C, can it be placed in a floodplain? Or is it, is there a catch-all that allows uses which are not identified in B or C to be placed in a floodplain under different standards or a different process? Or is it the county's opinion that the only uses allowed in the floodplain are identified in 404C? And that we have to fit this road into 404C in order to approve the permit here.
Can I add to that question? I think, in a zoning code, you would say, the way I read it is, these are prohibited, and section C is these are only allowed under certain conditions. And then I think where you were going, Eric, is that implies anything else is not considered to have negative enough impacts that it needs to be enumerated in B or C. Right?
Well, I mean, that's
like a conditional use review for that.
It's either that or there is an omission of intentional inadvertent in the code that doesn't contemplate that a road is going to be built in a floodway. And so that's kind of the question I'm trying to get at with staff is, how do you see roads fitting into this? I would look at this and say, look, if it's not an enumerated use, you can't put it in the floodway. the things that are allowed are expressed. By implication, if it's not expressed, it's not allowed. You could, and that's the lawyer in me, because that's typically how you would read a statute. If certain things are enumerated in the statute and something is conspicuously absent, well, it's not allowed or not contemplated by that section of the statute. So I was wondering if staff have anything to add on that point.
So this is Erica Rogers again. So I guess I would need to consult with staff to find out the overall question of, and I see that Mike Thomas is on that call, and I'm not, Mike Thomas might be on, I'm not sure if he wants to jump in as far as whether a use has to be enumerated, but I do think that the distinction of this being a road repair job as opposed to a road being built in the floodplain does make it a different case. And so we don't necessarily have to answer the question of whether or not an enumerated use, whether or not the use has to be enumerated, if that makes sense.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, this is Mike Thomas, county engineer. Appreciate the question. I think what's important here is to understand if we're talking about allowed uses in the floodway and or floodplain, the question is, would we allow new roads in floodplains or floodways? And the answer would be, we have roads in floodplains and floodways all over the place in Boulder County, as evidenced by the 2013 floods. The issue at hand here in the statutes or the code language that you're referencing, Eric, is that while it may or may not specifically address a certain type of roadway improvement or construction, it is a roadway that is necessary for public travel, public commerce, public movement, and to build a road such as this and improve it for safety. We also did consider the issue of the floodplain, and that's why we went to the floodway development permit and received that. And what we're looking at here is that we have identified one minor location on the north side of the road, which is separated from everything to the south, that has shown a 0.48 foot rise, and yet everything around it is not rising. And so I think that's what's, to me, germane to this argument. If we were to look at every single roadway construction project that even approaches the floodplain and indicate that any work within the floodplain is not allowed by this statute, means that we would never get any roadway work done if we were to adhere to that strict interpretation. Thank you.
Understood. And does anyone else have questions either for the applicant or staff? Okay. I will then close the public portion of the hearing and we'll proceed to discussion by the board members. So I'll start in the interest of getting the ball rolling again. It seems to me that I'm inclined to vote to uphold the staff's determination here. I do think that probably there is room for improvement in the land use code with respect to how roads interact with allowed uses in the floodway. And I view this as effectively a lack of precision or a lack of comprehensive drafting in a land use code, that there isn't some provision for addressing roads located in floodways. But that concern that I have is not sufficient to outweigh what I see to be a compelling public interest in safety and adequate transportation. And while I certainly think 9 times out of 10 when there's a government project, someone could figure out a way to improve it, we ought not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I'm inclined to vote to uphold the staff's decision here.
So this is Scott Rudge, board member. I'm going to come down on the other side, probably all by myself again. I think it's the height of folly to build an even bigger road in a floodway when there's already an inadequate road there. I'm very sympathetic to public safety and the urgency of making improvements for public safety, but I view flood mitigation as a public safety issue too. And I agree with the appellant, just on practical terms, stepping aside from the law, when you build this larger road and intersection there, then when you finally get around to flood mitigation, you're gonna have to tear it all up again to put in the appropriate flood mitigation. So there's I don't think that it serves the county's interest to allow this to go forward without putting the flood mitigation in first. It's like putting in the nice wood veneer floor before you work on the subfloor. I don't know why you would do that. Or putting in a nice veneer floor on top of a rotten subfloor. That just doesn't make practical sense to me. And the fact is, the government wants a pass on leaving the flood where it is or less. And if maybe that's a technicality, maybe that's an excuse, but I think the government needs to follow its own rules, and they can't say, except for this one little exception, it needs to be a clear test. And this test in this case is not met. They're not leaving the flood, the floodplain unaltered or better. So the Boy Scout in me doesn't want to allow them to do that. I travel that road all the time. I'm not against mitigating the safety risk. I just think we don't need to have a 100-year flood for this area to be a problem. So that's my piece. I'm inclined not to. I'm inclined to overrule to rule in favor of the appellate, to overrule the determination of the director. But I'll need to get 3 of you to come along with me, and Eric's already on the other side.
I'd like to agree with some of what Scott said. I think the government should also be held to a standard of trying to make something better. If they're touching that project, it would be really nice to see it not make it worse from a flood standpoint. But I would support upholding staff's determination. I think as far as the standards that we're considering, that they did meet those standards. I won't go as far as to put a condition on here, but I do encourage the engineer to reconsider the design and seek options that would make it better than it is right now, since the appellant did not have an opportunity to weigh in on the design prior to the issuance of the permit, which I'm surprised at that process, actually, that people are notified after the permit's already issued, which kind of forces an appeal situation. So, but that being said, I would support upholding the permit as issued.
Yeah, Carrie Stoltz is here. I would just like to kind of add in, I think this is an example of let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. I also drive down this stretch of 287 a lot and see a lot of serious and even fatal car accidents happening at this, along this stretch of 287. So while I wish we had more and could do better with more studies and more mitigation and more money, I would just hate to see, us not mitigate a serious safety issue along this route of 287 because we don't have access to those things right now. That's all I have.
Okay, so I learned a new phrase tonight, which I like. Perfect in the way of good. That's a nice phrase, guys. I, without much debate, would like to move that we uphold.
Second that motion. We have a motion to uphold the land use department's determination with respect, to floodplain development permit FDP 2021-18. All in favor, we'll do a roll call vote. Sarah Weavenson,
Aye.
Eric Mounts, aye. Carrie?
Carrie Stoltzfus, aye.
Scott Rudge?
Scott Rudge, nay.
James?
In favor, yay, yay.
So the motion passes, which means the floodplain development permit has been upheld and the appellant's appeal of the floodplain development permit has been rejected. That concludes all of our business for the day. I do not believe we have any other items or business to address. And I thank all of you for sticking with us tonight. It was a long hearing and I appreciate everybody's attention and diligence and thoughtfulness. Unless there's anything else, we will adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, we're off the
Appreciate
record.
everybody's
Good
work
night.
on that. Thank you.
Thank you all.